Breaking news, folks. Russia has invaded Ukraine. Yes, folks, Vladimir Putin's forces have crossed into the border, and they are now attacking on multiple fronts in the nation of Ukraine. And now, just like you, me, and everybody else, we're all sitting here wondering, what happens now? So, we are now embarking in a new war in the 21st century. If you're paying attention to the markets right now, the stocks have all plummeted. The commodities are going up. People are scared. That's what happens when there's fear in the markets. And there's fear in the markets, and there's fear in the news, and there's probably fear at the other end of this particular broadcast right now, folks. And what I'm telling you is not to panic, because every war, eventually, this too shall pass, just like every other war before it and every other war after it. It might take a long time. It took us 20 years to get out of a war in the middle of the desert against shoeless goat herders with rusty Kalashnikov rifles. So who knows how long this will take, but in its due time, this too shall pass. So do not panic, folks, but these are very bad, very dark times indeed. And, you know, I was in a little side chat argument, and I couldn't help but say, you know what? This never happened under Trump. Anything like this didn't happen under Trump. Strange that Putin wanted to do this for years, but he had to wait until there was an ineffectual puppet sitting in the White House. And then, and only then, does he decide to make this move. That is telling. It speaks volumes, folks. Now, I certainly hope Biden has the leadership capacity to guide this great ship through this great storm. That remains to be seen. But folks, my thoughts and prayers are with the members of our armed forces. You've got quite a job ahead of you if it goes the way that this could go, which I pray it doesn't. And yes, folks, a NATO nation has been attacked, and now we may very well be pulled into a conflict. And now you have to ask yourself, are your sons and daughters worth this particular conflict? And to me, I'm anti-war, as you know, so my answer is always an unequivocal no. So folks, going forward, you can expect me to speak against this and any other war whenever I possibly can. And I am going to look forward to hopefully deliver you better news on this front. So folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, stay safe out there, folks.
See if it just smooths itself out.
So marvelous.
If I ever get back, I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive.
So, folks, there is that we have to deal with now. Folks, welcome one and all to the K.O.E. Nation. I thought that would be an appropriate and apropos introduction to this particular show, folks, was the report that I dropped this morning. And boy, howdy, throughout the day, it's just gotten worse, hasn't it, folks? Holy shit. I wonder how much hyperbole there is in my title tonight, the World War III stream. Justin Motes, K.O.E. rules. Thank you, Justin Motes. Yes, I do. I really do rule a lot. But yes, so do all of you. You in the K.O.E. Nation, you, Justin Motes, like all of you beautiful people. And like Big Buck and Empire said, help us grow our community, send this to a friend, like the page, or send stars to help us continue creating great K.O.E. content. But yeah, check this guy out, Big Buck and Empire on Facebook. That's where you get your weekly K.O.E. content over at the Dog and Chicken Show. It's good times. So, folks, there's just no news today, right? It's just been a real slow news week. It's just slow news day, right? There's nothing to talk about. Like, oh wait, Russia, Ukraine, holy shit! Like, yeah, that kind of that crept up on quite a few folks, to be honest. Like, if we're being just perfectly frank here, folks, not a lot of people thought
that this was going to go this way. They thought it was going to go a lot of talking, a lot of finger wagging, and that'd be the end of it. But boy, howdy, the fucking artillery is flying in fucking Ukraine today, which is not good. Not good for nobody. You're welcome. I spared you the nose honk of extreme. It would have been so amazing. It might have just blown your eardrums and just how beautiful it was. But yes, it was very necessary. Dalton Carter saying, I called it, I mean, it's one of those things, like, it could have gone either way. I figured it wouldn't, but now that we're here, holy fucking shitballs. Now, the question is, where does it go from here? Biden's speech, as somebody that's anti-war, made me feel good. It's like, oh, okay, he's not going to do a goddamn thing. He ain't doing shit for apple butter when it comes to Putin. He's going to, we're going to sanction some things. We're going to do some other paperwork, and we're going to send them a strongly worded letter. It's like, oh, okay. So they're doing nothing to Putin then. If Putin expands any further from here, that's when it's going to get kind of interesting. But one thing I couldn't have anticipated was that Putin psychologically wanted to do this. I thought he was looking at it purely from a cost benefit analysis, and I didn't really look at it from because let's be frank, most people in this audience don't have like this keen insight into the Russian culture to where we would understand, oh, well, yeah, like it turns out like 50% of the Russian population supports Putin, which is fucking astounding, which isn't everybody, which shows like, you can't blame the average Russian person for any of this, but shows quite a few do support. But, I wonder we all know polls can be manipulated, but this is uniquely bad. I will say that usually, here at the K.O.E Nation, we can put a kind face and everything, but this is uniquely bad. This is Russia going into Ukraine, and now their argument as well, we shouldn't have given up Ukraine, and that was a big mistake when the Soviet Union collapsed, and at these different points, there's too many concessions. It's like, that seems kind of like a really fine point to try and put on something. And I don't know if that really justifies a fucking invasion. So that is one metric. And then I've got something I need to ask all the people in the audience here, everyone within the sound of my voice. I'm going to be asking this question several times tonight because it's worth repeating and it's worth noting. Is this worth sending our sons and daughters to go fight and die for? Is that worth it? And now we're talking about a nation that's definitely got war fatigue. We just kind of, sort of, a little bit ended a war in Afghanistan after 20 years. Like, when we go to war, it takes us forever to fucking end them. And so definitely there's a lot of that war fatigue going around right now. People are not wanting to dedicate themselves to another 20-year war in some place that before that war, nobody in America could even point it out on a map. And it was in a side chat, I was asked, so what is the interest of the American interest that we're trying to protect here? And I'd like, just to be a smartass, I said, Joe Biden's paycheck. And people are like, oh, there's unfortunately some truth to that. Yes, Ukraine is where the elites send their idiot sons and their idiot grandchildren and their idiot nieces and nephews. And that's where they send them to go pilfer money from unscrupulous energy companies, winky face allegedly, in order to, that's how they make their money through these, let's call them less than shining examples of ways of making money. So yeah, these are, excuse me. But yeah, Ukraine is basically where the elites send their kids to skim some more money off the top. So unfortunately, let me ask you, are you willing to send, do you think it's worth sending our sons and daughters to fight and die so the Biden family can continue to pilfer a little extra money so that we can so the elites, like, and this doesn't go just one way. Like the Romneys are over there, fucking everybody's over there, and I just like, I'm sorry, maybe call me a peacenik if you want, I don't care, but I just don't see this as being worth the blood and treasure. Like, is this something that you're willing to commit your own family to? Like, to me, it's like, in the name of Biden fucking keeping whatever he needs to keep secret in Ukraine. Like, no, I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm sorry. It's not worth the blood and treasure to me. Dalton Carter goes, if this goes decently for Russia, Poland could be looked at next, which 48 hours ago would have sounded crazy. What a weird world we live in, huh, folks? Just most, this is going to get messy, but hopefully not to the point of all-out war. Well, that's the thing, is any war with major nuclear powers is nothing but just kind of playing with the explosives, the planes, and the ships until the eventual and inevitable nuclear exchange. Like, all that is just kind of showing off all your neat toys that you have. So that's what I always find fascinating. Like, because this is the first time since we've had major nuclear powers where we've had this kind of land grab where nuclear powers could get messy. And boy, we really lived under the misapprehension that this could never get messy, didn't we? We all thought, nah, this new nuclear peace will go on forever, right? Right? Well, we're about to test that. Now the big question is this going to go on for weeks, or is this going or months, years, or is this going to be over in weeks? So that's another question I have for the audience. First question is is this something that you think we should be sending our sons and daughters to go fight? And to me, I'll never forget Ben Kingsley's performance in Gandhi. Such an inspiring performance. If you've never seen it, you really need to. And it's World War II, and he's on his way to make a speech. And British soldiers are asking him, I'm sorry, Mr. Gandhi, but I must inquire as to the exact nature of your speech this evening. And he goes, first, just to be a smartass, he goes, the importance of goat's milk in daily diet. And then the soldier looks at him like, really? And then he goes, but I can also assure you that I will speak against war. And it's just beautiful. And so it's like, so to me, I always kind of keep that like, but I also assure you that I will speak against war. So that's always something that I keep in the back of my mind and in my heart here, because, war is just the soft hides of the innocent being rended by the most traumatized among us, unfortunately. So whenever we can keep the leash on the dogs of war, that is preferable. And unfortunately, they are unleashed in our world, and it's not going to be good going from here, folks. So my other question is, how long do you think this is going to be? Is this going to be a few weeks incursion? Is this going to be a few months incursion? Is this going to be something that goes on for some time, like a year or two, maybe 2-3 years? Because normally Russia does not stay in protracted engagements, especially after their Afghanistan debacle. It's something they generally don't do, but we will have to see on that. So I'm kind of the opinion, to be honest, if I was Putin, well, I'm not going to try to claim that, but okay, if you really wanted to be a dick about it, which Putin's probably going to want to be a dick about it. Call me crazy. He might want to be a dick about it. He should probably keep these kind of tensions going at least past the midterm elections in the United States, because then Biden's hamstrung. Because this is just disaster. He was already getting enough flack because of the Afghanistan debacle, and now he's going to have this hanging over his head coming into the midterms. This is potentially bad. Now, if Biden can somehow pull a win out of this, that would be one of the political turnarounds of the century. Now, I don't know how you do that from here, which, by the way, folks, for those wondering, I'm drinking a mix this evening of Pedro Jimenez Muy Dulce sherry, and it's mixed with this lovely mango nectar, and it's just holy hell. And you know how wonderful it is when once in a while you get just the perfect proportion mix in a drink, and it's just Marvelous. So, also toast all the people who are struggling today, and to those who've lost loved ones. Sad cheers to you. Drink to the dead and raise your glass and toast and in solemnness, because some folks have lost their lives today. Which is unfortunate, very unfortunate. And there's conflicting reports. The Russians are going to tell you that, one person stubbed their toe and they immediately applied a bandage and gave them a shoulder massage and told them it's going to be okay and read them a bedtime story and gently tucked them in and just, shh, don't worry. That's what the Russians are going to tell you. The Ukrainian side is going to tell you, we have lost 16 billion people in the first day. Please send, you're going to have just these wildly different numbers. It's going to be, especially for the first few weeks. So you got to be careful, because we are dealing with imperfect narrators at the moment. We're dealing with people who are telling you the facts, but they're putting their bend on it to try and sway you to their perspective, to try and sway you to their idea. And that's dangerous, folks, but that's where we're at. So fear the lies, friend. Stay to the truth. Good. And may the good Lord give you the strength to be able to decipher what's what. Now, speaking of which, we're going to go over to another good friend of the show here. Big Buckin' Empire here. Chicken actually gave his take here, and I'm going to give Chicken his just due on this show and give him a moment to give his thoughts on it while he was driving to and fro from work. But yes, Big Buckin' Empire right there. Check him out on Facebook if you're not already there, folks.
Good bucking morning. How we doing this? Fine day. This February 24th of 2022.
And what a day it's been.
I'm doing pretty well. Big news today. Of course, we all woke up to see the news of Putin. Putin fucking did it. He went full-scale invasion, it seems. Attacks all over Ukraine, not just the two supposed independent provinces or whatever that he's been claiming. Attacks across, very strategic. So it sounds like they attacked most airports and anywhere where military transportation and points of interest there across the entire country. Seen helicopter attacks on an airport. There's, I guess the main thing to bring up here is, you can go find all that footage and all that stuff. I just wanted to give my quick take as I jump on Twitter this morning and I see all the neocons, all the warmongering liberals that pretend that they're trying to push for policies to protect poor and brown people and people all over the world, and meanwhile they're super excited to go to war with Russia. And Dave Smith had a really good take. Is you need to understand that going to war with Russia is not like going to war with Iraq. Of course, with Iraq, we had speculations of weapons of mass destruction. There is no speculation with Russia. We know they have them. And Putin's crazy enough to use them. We just watched him do a full-scale invasion on Ukraine. That makes no sense. That's why I never thought it was going to happen. That's why I haven't really talked about it. I was like, that makes no sense. His economy's not big enough to withstand what would happen with sanctions and other issues that are going to come to his country, unless he's got a plan. But yeah, everything right now shows he's crazy enough to actually fucking use some of those WMDs that we know he has. So, yeah, calm down, neocons. All you warmongers need to chill out, because a lot of people could potentially die because of this. There needs to be a real thought out way to do this. And oh my God, we have to trust Biden right now. Gotta put your faith in the guy, no matter if you like him or not and want to make fun of him. I get it, but gotta hope he's making the right call right now. Gotta hope he's whoever's in his ears right now and whatever planning. He's never been good when it comes to war over the years, so I don't have much faith, but we'll see what he can do. This could be his time to shine. Maybe he can turn around and be one of the greatest presidents ever if he can avoid a war, a full-scale war with Russia. That being said, what's Russia? I don't understand the mindset unless Putin knows he's got backing from China. I do not understand this move. This is suicide for your country. Like, the people of Russia are going to suffer so badly. The economy's going to tank. It's already kind of a dying economy anyway. It's not that bad. I think somebody said, like, the economy of California is, like, already bigger than Russia's total economy. Like, and I know California's is still pretty big. It's most of our U.S. economy, but still, that's fucking insane. That, you know, everybody thinks Russia's this economic powerhouse. The only thing that keeps them going really is oil. I heard something that they're one of the largest distributors of wheat as well. So plan on oil and food prices to start skyrocketing. But got to put this into perspective, though. This is the first time since Iraq, I guess, but there was a lot of attacks that we did unjustifiably on Iraq. But prior to that, think about, like, when was the last time that there was a dogfight? They literally, like, over the skies of Ukraine, Russians had fighter jets, and they actually had a dogfight. It hasn't happened since, like, fucking Vietnam. What the fuck? It's 50 years since we've seen something at this scale and this potential of danger. I could be wrong on that. I'm just shooting from the hip here. Get ready for the propaganda. It's coming. Already been seeing it on your corporate media. It's getting all in.
Oh yeah,
they're excited for some more. Got finally something else to talk about, and of course, this is all Trump's fault. Don't forget, Orange Man is bad, and Orange Man caused all this. That's going to be somehow tied in to where Trump caused all of this to happen somehow. Anyway,
Orange Man
hearts out
bad.
to people of Ukraine, the people of Russia. We'll see what's going to happen. There's probably three outcomes. One, Putin is all in on this. He continues invading and tries to provoke NATO. The only way NATO will strike is if he goes beyond the western border of Ukraine and happens to have anything in a NATO country. They will respond. Again, I think that's horribly stupid for him. I think his smartest move is he did the big push. Now he can go, I just want my territories, and he can totally back off. They can have some talks and conversations. I think that was his plan all along, but now that he's done this, I have a feeling the war machine, propaganda machine are going to condemn this so heavily, maybe more than he had originally planned, to the point where the powers that be, if you will not give up on those two small regions that he wants. He's trying to say, I'll take all of Ukraine, and then they'll come in, let's not have war, let's not fight, here you can have those little countries, or that little section of Ukraine that's already kind of half Russian anyway. I think that's what the plan is. That's the best outcome, I guess. If the United Nations, NATO, America, everybody, if they'll agree to that, we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. Third one, I don't know how that plays out, but it involves China. China's kind of sitting there like, this is obviously Russian aggression, and the whole world's going, no, Russia, you shouldn't be doing this. This is bad Russia. And China's going, hey, both of you guys calm down. Not saying, hey, Russia, you shouldn't have done that. They're kind of taking Russia's side a little bit, but still trying to promote peace. So it's really interesting to see China's take in the moment. Let's see what the future holds there. God bless everybody. Pray for all those that are in danger right now, and let's hope it doesn't spread to anybody else. This is potentially a really, really scary time. Hopefully I'm right, and he did for the big push, and he's going to ask for the small section, and then everything moves on from there. But I have a feeling that's not going to happen, and this is what all the war people wanted. They wanted aggression from Putin. Now they got it. So I don't think they're going to let go of this. Even if Russia tries to back off, I don't think these people are going to let it go. It's going to get bad. Anyway, that's all I got today. Take care of yourselves. Be careful with that misinformation that's out there and all that propaganda. Pray for all the people that really do need it in this moment of potential world war. And don't forget to check us out. We will be live Friday night right here on Big Bucket Empire. Like, share, subscribe. We'll see you then. Appreciate you as always. Love you. Bye.
So there you go on that, folks. So that was our good buddy Chicken over at Big Bucket Empire. He's given his take on things. So there we are, folks. And like Chicken even came in, Jess West said, this philosopher king, also the economy references Italy. I fucked that up. It happens. And Justin Chris, definitely check him out as well over at Yanked Up Podcast. But yeah. Where does Chicken go from here? Where does Putin go from here? Well, Chicken, to answer that question, whatever a man can do is what a man will do. He'll go until he gets resistance. Pretty much. That's how anybody operates under these circumstances. Also, just a quick aside, folks, because it's necessary. And I know that Chicken's in the audience now at the moment. Yes, Chicken, I have it now. I am the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion. Acknowledge your tribal chief. Yes, I regained the championship at Elimination Chamber. And just like when I gained the title in early 2020, everything fucking started just turning right around. Everything started just becoming roses from there. I acquired the belt at Elimination Chamber this last weekend, and then I was even joking to myself, like, wow, I won the belt. So this is like a good time for Putin to invade, I guess. And sure enough. So, folks, me winning the title, it's like the stars aligning or the planets, getting into the proper form. It's just big things happen when I win the title here, folks. But yes, the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, which you can look at that beautiful belt. You can find us on YouTube and you can find us on Spotify, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. And I am its champion, folks. Pretty much the most prestigious championship in the universe, okay? There is no known championship in the known universe more prestigious than this. And I am its champion, folks. And Leaky says, congrats. Oh, thank you. Yes, I am the champion, my friends. And unfortunately, it happened right when it's the end of the world as we know it. And I feel fine. Yeah, folks, Goodness gracious. We've had us quite a couple of days, haven't we? So yes, I had to get that in for Chicken. Acknowledge your tribal chief, Chicken. Yes, it is I now. But sorry folks, but now getting shifting back to something slightly more serious, because the question is, where does it go from here? As far as Putin really wants it to, and as far as he sees, so pretty much any former state of the Soviet Union should be a little worried at the moment. Chica goes, I'll be taking that back soon. No, it shan't never happen. It will not. You will note. It shan't never happen, Chicken. I am a 10-time champion, and it will go on for a long, long time. Yes, thank you, Leaky. But yes, I've got great luck with this belt, folks. So we will see what happens, but I don't know. Jessica goes, nope, Tony's winning it next. We will see. We've got AEW pay-per-view coming up in early March, and then we've got WrestleMania. Will I be able to hang on to the title into WrestleMania? That is a very big question, folks. And you're going to have to tune in right here, K.O.E Nation on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. You're going to have to tune in Big Buck and Empire on Facebook and YouTube. And you're going to have to tune in, most importantly, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube to find out which one, me, Tony, or Chicken, who's going to walk into WrestleMania, who's going to walk out of WrestleMania. The champ. So I've walked into WrestleMania, but I've never walked out of WrestleMania the champ, and that's going to change this year, folks. So all that being said, that is something to really look forward to. But we do also appreciate Wes J. Ryan giving your perspective on just what we think is going to go on in Ukraine. I sent some invites out to folks. We'll see if anybody actually has got the cojones, has got the guts, has got the intestinal fortitude within them to come on. But we'll see what happens, folks. But yeah, so that was, God, this day is gonna go down as one that's we're gonna remember for a while, folks. We're gonna remember where we were this day. Even if this goes away in a couple of months, it's still gonna be something we talk about for a long time, because this was the first time I really, like, in any of our lifetimes that we can remember. Like a lot of us kids, like kids my age, people that were my age when we were kids, we remember a little bit of the Cold War, but not much of it. And like when we were kids, the Cold War's over. Well, what happened? We won. How many people of ours died? None. How many of theirs died? Fucking bunch of them. Oh, okay, cool. So that was kind of that's what we were educated on, whether that's right or wrong. Norwalk IRL goes, great content. Yes, definitely check out Norwalk IRL on YouTube as well, folks. This is a great channel, folks at Norwalk, Iowa, just trying to build an online presence for their very real community. It's something really interesting. It's a neat project. Check them out. Urasama, how the fuck you been? Welcome back. Urasama, I'm thinking they might settle it all with baklava bake off. Whole world gets to try some and cast a vote. Well done. I don't know what to make of where this goes, but how far does he go? Like I said earlier, what a man can do is what a man will do. So believe what you like, but I think that's where this is going to end. Like, you never know. Russia might be like, fuck this. We're getting revenge for World War II. We're going all the way back to fucking East Berlin. God damn it. Like, where are they going to meet resistance? That's the biggest question. And I want you to ponder this question for a moment. I'm about to mute the microphone and do another honk of extreme of my nose of extreme. But do you, in your heart of heart, do you really think this would have happened under Trump? And I'm back. That's a question that everybody's had to ask themselves just once or twice. And I had kind of a ringing in my head of a prediction that I had earlier of, every day Biden's in office, Trump is going to look that much better each day. Goodness gracious. Yo, Phil. Urasama says, times are wild. Don't know what will go on. I'm just hoping we don't end up in a nuclear. Yeah, a nuclear exchange would be real fucking bad. That would be kind of the worst case scenario, really. Hang on, let me just write something down. Just so I remember something. Urasama says, personally, I think Trump was a lot stronger internationally because he was way more willing to fight, and while dangerous, it acted as a deterrent. Oh yeah, I understood what you meant there, and I kind of agree. Also, it was the idea of you have a negotiator versus Biden, who's a professional Mandarin bureaucrat. Okay, like he's just been a bureaucrat his whole life. He has no real negotiation skills because power at one point, once you achieve a certain level of political power, it never gets checked. You never have to worry about losing it. And you're used to requests being considered commands. It's a whole different way of living, and you're not relatable and you don't understand how people work. Trump had to negotiate. And so yeah, he might have been seen as giving away a lot, but there wouldn't have been troop movements. There wouldn't have been people getting killed. Like they would have been, it would have seemed like it was more of a paperwork exchange than a big fucking war like we have now. Urasama, Biden is about the worst person to have in the situation, or maybe any situation. But yeah, it's unfortunate that we like, oh man. It's like, and yeah, it's like a chicken said, and this is something Scott Adams had. It's almost like you kind of wanted to flip the roles because this is now what you need Trump for. And earlier, like COVID, that was something that was Trump was not well equipped for. Thoughts on Scott Adams' take? Has Putin changed meds, and how has that changed his personality at 69 years old? I don't know if that's the case. I think this is Putin trying to blaze his name into the history books at this point. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I think Putin's gonna find a way to really, and he has now. Like, we all have he's got all of our attention, whether we like it or not. So, I hope Biden doesn't fuck this up, and that's basically where everybody's at. Which that's good thing when you got such low expectations. Like, all right, Biden, just don't fuck this up. Which, goodness gracious, it's kind of like the first debate. I kind of made the joke that, all he has to do is not have a medical episode, pass out, or defecate on stage, and he will have exceeded everyone's expectations. And he did. And that's why he exceeded everyone. Like, excuse me. I remember folks on the news were talking about, oh my goodness, this is the greatest speech ever. Well, yeah, because he basically had such low expectations. He exceeded them by far. But this isn't a moment where if you are not as big as the moment that is before you, it will crush you. And unfortunately, Biden, the bureaucrat, is ill-equipped for this moment. And that's very unfortunate. And that's why I say, what's Putin going to do? Whatever he can. When you realize that, suddenly the world becomes a bit more disconcerting. Man's going to do whatever man can do. Man will do what he can do. And he'll do whatever he can at this point. When's the resistance going to be? The Polish border? The German border? East Berlin? These are real questions now that seemed insane 48 hours ago. And yet here we are. Here we fucking are, folks. So, Biden voters, how you feeling about your decision today? How you feeling about that? I could really go for a mean tweet right about now, folks. Holy fuck. Now, shifting gears a little bit, but it's worth mentioning. The markets have responded to this. The smart money is saying that they think this is going to go on for a little while. Now, not to be construed as any investment advice. This is just overarching analysis, folks. So, not to be construed as actual investment advice. Yeah, so I'll keep that on mind. But the Dow had a very bad day. Stock market had a bad day. The Russian equivalent of it, it's like Here, let me just look real quick. I had a chart for it earlier when I was just looking at it. Here we go. The MOEX. There we go. Even just the name is intense. But yeah, that was the action the MOEX fucking took today. Fucking drop. So that was bad. That was bad. But that's a temporary thing. That's something you can bounce back from. Grains are, at near all-time highs. So's gold. That tells you, and I'm not going to recommend anybody gets into anything like that. When things are at their all-time high, even if you know they're going to go up more, you got to be really fucking trepid about jumping in when it's at an all-time high. Urasama says short sell NASDAQ. That's according to Urasama, not to be construed as actual investment advice. Fuck, I'm good at that. But that's just people's opinions on things, and maybe you're right. Time will tell. The future will tell. To me, it's just what this is telling me is people are scared. They're running to real things. They're running to commodities. They're running to gold. They're running to grains. And strangely enough, Bitcoin is not doing well. Like, you'd think Bitcoin would be doing great, but no, it's not. It actually lost another chunk of its value just either yesterday or the day before. And so I think crypto's interesting. Crypto's really interesting. I think some people think it's more than it actually is. I've noticed some crypto advocates almost have like a pseudo-religious adherence to it, but it's got its place, definitely. Like, a cryptocurrency is really going to be the only way that you can actually move monetary value when we become interplanetary species within our own solar system. That's the only way you can actually pay people, is through cryptocurrency. Urasama, don't listen to me. I've only lost money in stocks. Urasama, I don't mess with them anymore. That kind of reminds me of a Mike Birbiglia joke where he talks about how he started a Ameritrade account and he put $1,000 into it, and that $1,000 investment I somehow turned into $684. Yeah. And I just thought that was just such a funny joke, and like just so self-deprecating. Like, yeah, the market didn't quite go the way I thought it would. Like, so that's just funny to me. But yeah, so we've got the grains at all-time highs. We got gold all-time highs. Crypto not doing well. This is kind of a check for it. Now, also keep in mind that crypto, the reason Bitcoin, like a lot of people don't know this. I was actually watching it at the time. The reason, because I was, I'm still kicking myself for not going deeper, but like I knew one guy that was just mining them all day, and he was saying crypto, Bitcoin, and now he's fucking living fucking fat and pretty now. But I was watching crypto when it went from like a couple of bucks to like $220. I was watching Bitcoin. And what happened there, a lot of people don't remember. What caused this big jump was the government of Cyprus saying they were going to do a bail-in, where they were going to take about 20% of everybody's deposits and just use it because it was a big financial crisis there. And Cyprus was winky face allegedly where the Russian mob was hiding a huge fucking chunk of its money. And they converted a bunch of their cash into Bitcoin. And that caused it to jump from about $6 to about $220. And my first thought was, all right, guys, way to go. Your currency is held up on how much the Russian mafia likes you. Feeling great about your business fucking model. Like, so yeah, Bitcoin is a good speculation, but poor investment, in my opinion. It's great speculation, but in terms of actual investment, it's not something that you should rely on pretty heavily. Urasama goes, pretty much my story of stocks right there. That's kind of funny. Well, that's the story of everybody's stocks today because they're all in the shitter. Now the question is, really, the smart money is going to tell you when this is going to be over. The commodities are going to have all like an across the board pullback, and you're going to have the Dow have a week of incredible days, and Biden's going to talk about how he's just the greatest fucking leader of all time. Now, actually, Biden's got a State of the Union coming up, don't he? Actually, hold on. Let me look up what day does Biden have the State of the Union? Because holy fuck, this is one hell of a time to have the State of the Union. State of the Union 2022, March 1st. Oh no! Oh no! It's February 26th. Oh no! March 1st. Biden's having his first State of the Union. Like a week after World War III breaks out. Holy fuck. Oh my God, folks, get your popcorn. We're doing a fucking thing for that. Okay. We are watching that. We are going to fucking C-SPAN that and fucking, oh my God, folks, we're going to do a live play-by-play of that because Biden thought he was doing himself a favor by delaying the State of the Union. Really, he should have done that shit like January 2nd. Like, hey, everybody. Yep. COVID sucks. We'll get through it. God bless America. Like, that should have been his fucking speech. Oh, no. And yeah, Osama, yeah, it's going to be great. And now he fucked up bad. Oh, no. Oh, no. Because call me crazy. Even I don't think this whole thing's going to be wrapped up by March 1. Like, I think they're still going to... I think he's going to have an awful hard time painting a fucking rosy picture of that come March 1, no matter what happens. Like, oh boy, this is like, do you suppose the speechwriters just threw the speech away? Like what they had planned, like, yep, just throw that away. Yep, that'll never see the light of day. All right. Okay. All right. Well, get ready to talk about Ukraine a lot and how we don't like Russia. And oh boy. So I got an honest question for the audience here. Just anybody in the audience. Do you think American boots are actually going to be on the ground in this? Do you think it's actually going to get there? I mean, somebody's going to have to go do that. Somebody's going to have to go. And the fucking European armies sure shit don't want to. There's like, yeah, America, we thought that was the point of NATO. Is you just come and you just fight all our wars for us. Yeah. Like, no, like that. Apparently that is what it means now, but oh fuck. So that's where we sit, folks, is how far does Putin want to push and how far before America's leadership is willing to push back? This is a really bad time to not have faith in leadership, folks. Like Urasama and Chicken were pointing out, like this is kind of like we really needed to flip the roles here because this is something that Trump is very well equipped for, and he would have been able to negotiate through this. Biden, he's never had to negotiate fucking anything in his life other than a bill with other senators that also just want more power. So that's not hard. Well, I'll give you a little more power in exchange for giving me a little more power. Oh, well, that's tough. I think I'll go with that. I think there's a chance Biden might just back off it, but otherwise probably. Oh, damn it. Well, that's the thing. Like, if Biden just backs off of it, it's not a great decision. It's not perfect, but fuck. It's better than committing fucking troops. And yes, I know all the, oh my God, what if this happens in the region? What if that happens in the region? I'm well aware. This is a powder keg that could go any way, folks. This is bad. I don't know how else to put this, folks. Like, this is one of those, of course, things are bad. Things are worse than bad. We're going to World War fucking 3 today. So I suppose, because I've sent some invites out, but nobody's coming this evening. So I suppose before I shift gears to a slightly different topic on the show this evening, we got some more comments here. I always support a smaller country fighting for independence, but I don't want a war if I can help it. Like you said, hard to find a good answer. Yeah, and these kind of questions, it's just a series of less wrong ones, unfortunately. So that is the tightrope we find ourselves on, folks. Because either way we fall is going to war, and it's gonna be the soft hides of the innocent getting chewed up by the dogs of war. And that's something that I've wanted to avoid desperately. And I had given Biden at least the tiniest bit of credence for ending the war in Afghanistan. But if the only reason that the goddamn war there was ended so we could gear up for war somewhere else, then God damn him. But at this point, like Chicken said, he is currently sitting in Pennsylvania Avenue, so we have to hope for the fucking best here. We have to hope. We have to hope against hope that he has the leadership. But unfortunately, like Chicken's like, I hope he could be the best president ever. Unless this motherfucker turns into FDR 2.0 real fucking quick, we've got problems. We got real fucking problems here. And it's the emperor wears no clothes and there's not a leader at the helm is the unfortunate reality here that we find ourselves in. We have somebody that occupies Pennsylvania Avenue, but we may actually be in a state of not having a leader. And that might actually be the reason why troops crossed the border today, folks. Because Putin's well aware of that. We might have somebody sitting in the office, but we don't have a leader. Let that sink in, folks. In fact, I'm going to take a moment here to let that sink in myself. Goodness. So, that's the world we're in now, folks. World War III. Poland, maybe. Let me pull up a map, actually. I think that would be actually pretty cool. Let's just go to Google Maps. All right. Google Maps. No, I don't need any freaking COVID information. There we go. Now I'm just gonna zoom out here till I find me. There we go. There's the United States. Let's see. Hey, all right. It shows it over there for you too. All righty here, folks. So let's just bring that over here. Bring that in a few steps here. So, all right. I'm sure Google's used to this being a thing now. over the last 24 hours. Boy, a lot more people are looking at this little chunk of the fucking earth now. God, I wish there was a way. There we go. There we go. Got rid of at least a little of that. No, I don't need any of that. Sweet. All right. Google can be awesome at times. So, all right, folks. So there's Moscow. Then Poland and Lithuania, says Dalton Carter. So we've got this big old map here, folks. We got Ukraine, and then next to it is Poland. And up here's Lithuania. I doubt Latvia and Estonia are just allowed to just chill. If Putin's grabbing, I'm betting Latvia and Estonia is probably not gonna enjoy what happens to them, if I had to guess. Like if Putin's just grabbing, and like I said, what a man can do is what a man will do. And what can he do? Whatever he can. It's unfortunate, sad but true. And then at that point, hell, come on over to like a couple of these like Kazakhstan and a couple of these other countries that like came off when the Soviet Union fell. Because one thing that I really didn't take into account was psychologically, Putin said one of the greatest tragedies of the world was the collapse of the Soviet Union. That was one of the greatest tragedies of history, was that collapse. Like he thought even though they were no longer going to be a communist government, they could have kept the Soviet Union together because the idea was sound as far as Putin was concerned. So, Poland, Warsaw, then Berlin's just right next to Poland. It's just right there. West Berlin was our side. East Berlin was the communist side. So how far are we going to let this go? When will he get pushback? Because if in 3 years we're talking about East and West Berlin again, then Biden goes down as like James Buchanan, fucking Franklin Pierce level bad president. Okay. If we're mentioning that in 3 to 5 years, then Biden goes down as one of the worst presidents in our history. If not, if this just is something that we just kind of joke around about and like it's just a little piece of history. I remember that little kerfuffle that happened a few weeks ago. Then okay, he should maybe get a few points for that one. But goddamn, if this goes like Dalton Carter's saying, Poland and Lithuania go, dumpster fire. This world is a dumpster fire. It's because we have no leadership. It's because it's badly managed. Delicious. So, god damn, March 1st, the State of the Union. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if that gets pushed back. I'll never forget Trump had some really good State of the Unions, just to be frank. There we are. Biden just doesn't have that same pomp and circumstance in him, so I don't think we need to worry about him just blowing people away with his amazing State of the Union addresses. But he's got to do it, so we'll see how he does here on the 1st, and I'm covering that shit. That's going to be great. So, folks, this is the first time in my lifetime we've had a real, actual, factual, expansionist empire on our hands. And I know every single non-American watching this is like, fuck you, Yanks. What the fuck? And like, no, that didn't count. We, invaded them and took them over for several decades and yada, yada, yada. But we left eventually, kind of, sort of, not really. But hey, it's the thought that counts, right? So yeah. That's one of the reasons I don't want America to get involved, because when America gets involved in a war, the wars don't end. I mean, I had too many friends of mine in high school that got. Anyways, that we don't need that again. Like, I don't know. Is there anybody here that's just looking forward to fucking putting your children and possibly grand fucking children into the Ukraine just so that the Biden crime family can continue to pilfer from corrupt energy companies? Really? Is that what we need to send our sons and daughters and cost our blood and treasure for? Is that what fucking is war for in our fucking 21st century? So the elites can continue to pilfer money? Folks, this is an awfully horrible fucking state of affairs we find ourselves in. This is fucking terribly bad. Make do with the time you have left, because it's getting shorter and shorter and shorter, folks. Yes, that was necessary. K.O.E rant. So, that little map lesson there, that was fun, wasn't it, folks? Moscow is just, oh God. And then Belarus. Oh, this is not good. This is not good. Bandit says, I'm not saying we should by any means, and this is going to the point of, if we do get into a war, win it and come home. That'd be nice, Bandit, but America hasn't done that in 50 years. Like, when we go to war, it never fucking ends. And that's why I'm just like, if this is the best we can do, as much as I hate to say that, if modern militaries are unable to hold major civilian populations that are hiding an insurgent population, they're just unable to do so, because they have no idea how much they've fought or who they've actually killed. And fight a hard fight you shall. The minute you disappear or you leave, the enemy will just pop up and claim victory. It doesn't really matter how hard you fight. So non-linear warfare like that, major modern militaries are just ill-equipped to take on. It's even Putin has had a really hard time with that in like Chechnya and certain areas. So, God, that'd be nice. That'd be real nice, Bandit. And I hope that's what happens if we do get in. But I have not seen any, like, at one point, you knew the wars that we had in Afghanistan and Iraq were just going to continually go because people were profiteering from them. And so it's kind of the old adage when it comes to government programs, anything that serves its intended purpose will continue. And that's why, like, especially those wars lasted so many decades. Bandit, insurgency is more of an invention of the Middle East. Yes, but even then, it's still like, if you have that pretty much anywhere now, though, it's really hard for modern military to hold that area, especially when you had like a hearts and minds objective like the American military did. So that was increasingly difficult. Perfect. So the question really becomes at this point, how long are we going to stay in, and how much blood and treasure are we willing to put in? And to me, I'm just like, why would we go to war in the name of keeping Russia from giving gas and like providing and controlling the energy sector of some fucking corner of the world? Like, what is that really worth going to fucking war over? Like, it's one of those, like, maybe we could fucking talk this out, which is one of those things Trump was really well equipped to do. As Ronald Reagan said, according to Bandit 848, a government program is the closest thing we'll ever see to eternal life on earth. Pretty much. Yeah, he's absolutely correct. Like, when I heard Biden was going to end the war, I actually didn't believe it. I figured there was going to be, the thing happened. The thing happened, and now we have to stay in this war for another 20 years. And the war hawks were even saying, we got to stay here for another 30 years. Come on now. And yeah, luckily the dogs of war didn't have their way for a little while. And Biden basically followed through on Trump's exit plan. So thank God. But, we did leave a lot of weaponry there, which we shouldn't have. A lot of equipment, a lot of weaponry, a lot of drones. In fact, it's one of the better memes I saw of Biden's plan to combat Putin is leave about $89 billion of it military equipment in Ukraine for him to pick up. That's how he's going to combat Putin. There you go. And yeah, that would be unfortunately right in line with how he has been performing as of late. So this is the unfortunate reality we find ourselves in, folks. Let me just get back to now the question that I have to ask any of you is, A, like I said at the beginning, is this something that you're willing to commit your sons and daughters to? Ukraine. I'm not. Straight up. I'll be honest. No. This is not worth it. It is not worth the time, the blood, and the treasure. Like, it's going to be one of those... it's like lyrics to a good song that I like by a band named Clutch. What can I win? Satisfaction of being right. Bring back the USSR. We need that motivation. Which is actually funny. That's the actual next lyrics in that song, because I was just doing it over the all you can win is the satisfaction of thinking you're right. That's it at this point. Like, this is just dick waggling. Like to me, it's like, okay, Putin wants to stretch a land in some obscure corner in the world that no American could even point out on a map until fucking noon today. Okay? What's Putin going to do with ARs 5.56? I'm sure he could probably shoot one pretty well. He'd probably prefer a 5.45 just because, that's what he's used to. But I am a huge proponent of the 7.62 x 3.9 round. I've got a Russian SKS, which is just runs like a top, never given me a single issue, just perfectly run gun, made in Tula. And bless me. Excuse me. I am in a dusty mill here. What are you going to do? I mean, the mill is dusty, but the upload rate is fucking amazing. So, it needs must. When it comes to different calibers, first of all, I'm kind of a Russian arms nerd when it comes to that. Like, the Mosin Nagant as we know it, or as the M9130 as they know it over there, in 7.62 x 5.4R. Despite its rim, I've had a lot of fun with that particular gun. The old packs of ammo that you could buy, like 440 rounds. Oh, that's great. And then 7.62 x 3.9, great stuff. Like I said, I've got an SKS. It's been more than adequate for me through the worst seasons of Nebraska weather. It's just there for me, and it's always working. AKs, I think they're a little overrated, to be honest. They're reliable, but Jesus, like, you got to actually get one that was made by a good manufacturer. Otherwise, it's actually going to hurt to shoot. Like, if it's just a poorly made, like a fucking tin pot fucking AK, it's going to actually hurt your finger to even shoot it, hurt your hand to shoot it. But if you get a well-made one, they can be a joy. You just got to spend the extra money. 5.4 is the longest serving cartridge in history. That it is. It's shit. Hell, you go to some fucking corners of the world, there's still like insurgents that are still using 7.62 x 5.4R. I mean, it's still works. It goes bang, and it does the job when it hits who it's needing to hit. Actually, kind of speaking of that, my buddy Tony, he was joking with me earlier today. And he's like, I'm sure Biden's arming the insurgents in Ukraine so they can shoot us with them later. And I said, not now, But later, yes, probably. Yeah, unfortunately. Whenever you want to know who America's going to be fighting in 10 to 15 years, just look at who they're fucking arming now. So it's like, well, shit. Okay, I guess we're going back to Ukraine at some point. And that's one of the reasons why I'm also like, fuck this. We don't need to do this. So I suppose, folks, my final word on Ukraine for the night is fuck, wouldn't it be nice if we gave peace a chance? I know it's an impossible dream. It's an impossible dream, folks, but it's one that I'm still holding on to. Russia still uses it in the that would be so fucking sweet to have an SVD. When I was in my early 20s, that was like a rifle that I just like, if I could have got my hands on one, I would have just fucking. Nowadays, like, I've got a collection that like works for me. I've got the rifles that I need. And actually, hang on, since you're a gun nerd, you'll get appreciation of this. There you go. I'm gonna take that off so you can get it. Schmidt Rubin 1911 straight pull bolt action in 7.5 by 5.5 Swiss. For those who don't know, this is the 7.5 by 5.5 Swiss cartridge. 30 caliber pill. It's basically somewhere between a 308 and a 30-06, and this is the Swiss military's go-to. At least it was at the time. Great rifle. I actually took a giant 10-point buck with this very rifle one morning. Open sight and all. Not to brag. But I'm going to brag a bit. Sorry, oh yeah, Swiss. And pretty much like I took the advice of one of the guys from Iraq Veteran 8888, a great YouTube gun channel. He says, unless you really know what you're doing, don't take that bolt apart. It's like a Swiss watch. It's going to be fucking just, oh, okay. 6.5. My old man's got a Creedmoor that's got just, fuck. God, I can't remember who fucking made the scope. It was god damn it. If you had asked me an hour ago, I'd have remembered, but I'm brain fart. But very, very fucking fine fucking scope, costs almost more than the gun. But yeah, 6.5 Creedmoor, I've noticed, is the one round that can cut through Nebraska wind and actually like, don't get me wrong, like it'll still veer off a little, but it's a much more straight line than other bullets. Like a 30 cal pill under heavy wind, that big old bullet becomes a sail and just starts moving off. But 6.5 for some reason, just I call it kind of the ultimate high plains round, which is where I live, and the winds are just fucking oppressive and out of nowhere, and like it'll be fine where you're at for 150 yards, and then 200 yards out, there'll be really hard side wind, and then nothing. And then, so it's a no. God damn it. If you held a gun to my head right now, I wouldn't be able to tell you, because it's just, it's one of those military grade type ones where you had to actually send the rifle into the guy and they would fucking fit it for you. And like, it was I'm not gonna say how much he spent, but it was very, very fucking expensive, and he won it at an NRA auction. So we're gonna set up the rifle of your choice with the greatest fucking scope of all scopy scopes. It wasn't that company, but it was a something and something. So we're getting closer. We're getting closer, folks. But damn it. Like, I tell you what, Bandit, tomorrow I'm going to go look at that rifle, and next time I run into you, I'm going to let you know. But yeah, 6.5, I got to give it the, hey, Starman, how we doing? Welcome to the show. We started off with Ukraine talk, and now we're talking guns. But, well, hello, the man of Star. But yeah, we started off talking about milsurps, and then we got into 6.5 new tastiness. Oh, fuck. You have family in Ukraine? Fuck. Well, good luck. I hope they all make it out fine. Or at least if they're hunkered down in a place where shit can't get them, or at least they're off in some little quiet corner of the world. I hope the best for them. Oh, good Lord. Yeah. Prayers with all the folks who are going through this in Ukraine at the moment. Goodness gracious. I can only imagine. Because I live in a very small town. I live in a village of about 350 people. And so I always kind of joke that even if shit did go haywire and like World War VI broke out, I'm probably okay. I don't think the bomb's going to be dropping in my little fucking village. But it's just one of those, fuck. You really got to feel for him because I planted myself in a quiet little corner of the world. And I'm sure there's a lot of folks in Ukraine who up until this morning thought they had planted themselves in a quiet little fucking corner of the world. And now, what the fuck? Because Putin's got some fucking Soviet Union fever dream. Now my day is inconvenienced. My cousin is a lead singer of a rock band there. Oh, well, God bless her. And hopefully she can write some good protest music out of this. Try to find a silver lining out of that dark cloud. Check out 9mm or 6mm ARC. I'll look at I got a buddy who's got all the he's Mr. 6mm. And I get it, people who get into 6mm fucking love their 6mm. I just kind of figure that I'm already so invested in a 6.5 that I should just concentrate on that before I jump into another caliber, if that makes any sense at all. I just kind of figure I should get really proficient and should be able to bang the gong at fucking 1,200 yards reliably with the 6.5 before 800's okay, but 1,200, this eye is pretty good. I almost lost this eye in a farm accident, so ain't what it used to be. Damn it, that was the good eye too. God damn it. So yeah, it don't see. I still got it. I still got depth perception. I can still box and everything if I wanted to, but fuck, that was scary. Yeah, that day is everything went dark. I hit the ground thinking, oh fuck, I did it. I just lost my eye. And I couldn't see anything because I didn't know I cut myself right here and there was blood in my other eye. So I was blind for a little bit. And there was a tractor that was moving about 10 feet away from me. So I thought, I might die today. So I kind of on my back kind of crab crawled over to a truck. And then I kind of rolled underneath it a little bit. So I knew the tractor wouldn't run over me because the tractor knew where the truck was. So it wasn't going to hit the truck. Then I kind of reoriented myself. So I yelled, help! The fuck? And yeah, a piece of metal had gone across my face like that and got my eye pretty bad. And first thing I see is my cousin standing there looking real concerned out of one eye. And the other one didn't really give me much for a while. And then I look oh, fuck. I'm bleeding too? Yeah, Phil, you're bleeding all over fucking hell. Yeah, I was bleeding like it was Eddie Guerrero versus JBL fucking pro wrestling all over. It was fucking awful. Went to the hospital for a little while. They thought I was going to lose my eye. Luckily, I didn't. And then I had this fucking scar over my eye for a little while, which is crazy because 14-year-old me thought, yeah, I'm going to have a fucking scar over my eye. Me in my 30s, no, that's no chick's going to want to go fucking out on a date with you. Scar on the eye, no. Check out, 10-4, I brought up because it has been adopted. Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, it's going to become a lot more ubiquitous then. Shit. If that's the case, then 6.5 Creedmoor is probably going to go the way of the dodo in about 15, 20 years, if you're correct. Shit, I'm going to have to look into that. My dad went through similar shit with it. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. I can still, see and do shit with it, but it's just not It was the good eye before. Now it's the bad eye. It's like, damn it. But at least I ain't got like the scar, and it's like saying should have gone the Nick Fury route, where actually I did wear a eye patch for a little while. Like, because when I'd go podcast with Tony, the stage lights were just too intense. I couldn't take it. So I actually did wear an eye patch for a while. And what was funny is it became kind of a gimmick for a little while of like, yeah, like, and like I thought about keeping the eye patch like for a while, but I was like, no, fuck that. I'm not wearing a goddamn eye patch everywhere I go when I'm out in public. Because like me and Tony were going to go to a wrestling event. And I was like, do I wear the eye patch or not? And I was like, no, I want to actually watch the fucking wrestling show. But yeah, so if I would have been a little more motivated in that aspect, I might be wearing an eye patch right now. Let me tell you something, folks. And like, you'd remember it. But hashtag boss. Oh, it was pretty fucking boss. And the first one was just like a cheap little plastic one for a Halloween costume, but it got annoying. And so I ended up like going to a costume store and like buying like a legit like velvet, like really nice eye patches. And at that point I realized, okay, Phil, might be getting out of hand. 6 ARC is being looked to replace 556. 6 point is being given consideration to replace 3. Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, then yeah, I definitely got to check out 6 ARC because that's, nice. Because that's, it's just going to be fucking awesome. But yeah, I used to always wear a cowboy hat years ago. The reasoning was because so it was a cowboy hat and eye patch, and so I always kind of joke with Tony. It's like, if my old gimmick's coming back out, I'm going to bring out the cowboy hat and the eye patch. But yeah, I used to wear a cowboy hat everywhere I went because my daughter, when she was 2 years old, she wanted to be a cowgirl princess, which is perfect. It was all pink and stuff, and she had a little cowgirl hat and a little tiara, and she picked out a cowboy hat for me to wear that matched with her, and so I wore that hat for about 8 years. And then it just got too ratty, and it's just, it's one of those like, it is what it is. An old friend of mine has one eye, lost one to cancer just after birth. Oh, God bless. I got a nephew still battling pediatric cancer. He just turned 9. So yeah, fucking rough. Like, yeah, it's the kind of shit I wouldn't wish on nobody. Crazy SOB has a nice motorcycle and everything. Well, okay, he's at least learned to embrace life and enjoy life, like, now imagine he's on that motorcycle, he's got, at least one goggle on. Because yeah, like when I was down to one eye for a while, the one you got, boy, howdy, do you take care of it? You're like, somebody's welding in the shop, you're just standing like 48 feet away. Like, yeah, it's kind of funny how that works. Hang on, let me just check something here real quick. Oh, my phone got too close. That was crazy. A monocle. Yep. A monogoggle. Yep. Well, I mean, to be fair, you only need one. I mean, yes. So, yes. He's got a monocle. That would be pretty actually, I did consider getting a monocle if Trump had somehow found a way to stay president. I was going to get a top hat and a monocle and just like kind of let my channel become like a conduit for all the Trump hate. Like, yes, wash me in your Trump hatred. Yes, Donald, to save the republic, sometimes you have to subvert democracy. Yeah, it was going to be fucking awesome. But didn't quite work out. You got to admit, I was going to get some hate for that. If I followed through on that one, I was going to be the least loved man on the internet for a while. But it is what it is. Now, I'm going to shift gears here slightly, folks. Final words I'm going to say on Ukraine are God bless everybody that's there, everybody that's having to live through it. Everybody's having to go through it. I hope by the end of this, especially like you, Starman, your family there, I hope they all walk away from this happy, healthy, much the wiser. I really do. That's a lot to ask for in this particular instance. I'm hoping that the people there don't have to deal with too much of this nonsense. This is bureaucrats that can't get along in 2 different rooms, and now they're sending. It's like that song, just another poor boy off to fight a rich man's war. So yeah, that's. I really hope that there's some sort of resolution to this that's quick. Unfortunately, we've got some megalomaniacs in charge that are more obsessed with waggling their dicks at each other than doing anything of any good or consequence. So I hope that we can wrap up this particular topic soon, but I fear we will not. So be sure to check in right here, K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. Be sure to follow them both for all of the updates as to what's going to be happening here at fucking this crazy fucking journey we call life. Now, folks, we're going to do a little bit of a shifting of gears here. The gears will be shifted here because it's time. So we've been talking about something sad. Now let's talk about something that makes us glad. I wonder how many bars were rocking Fortunate Son tonight. Oh, wow. Like, I've been seeing a lot of TikToks about that before we go to this. It's been pretty funny of like European kids that are 18 years old getting letters from the military. Oh, what's this about? They open it up. Down now, down now, down now, down now. Yep, the first few chords of Fortunate Son start playing the minute they open the letter, and it shows people who signed up for the draft from age 18 to 25. They open it up. First 3 chords of Fortunate Son start hitting like, uh-oh. So yeah, that's I just thought that was too funny. But I wanted to concentrate on something a little different this evening. I'm going to give a couple of different things I've been working on here. A little later, I'm going to get into a couple of SCP readings because I'm starting to do those now, and I'm really fucking excited for that. But this was a preview of me, Tony, and Chicken finally got together. Chicken lives in Iowa, so we don't get to get together very often. Okay, it's just very rare. And so we took the time a couple weekends ago to go to the chicken coop in Iowa, just outside Des Moines. And we had ourselves a lovely evening, and we recorded and reviewed over 20 whiskeys that evening. Yeah, it was a good one. And we also tormented Tony by making him watch the Star Wars holiday special. It was a good evening. It was a good fun night. We yelled about politics and Joe Rogan, which I covered earlier on another show. But this is what kind of started the night, and this was us reviewing a Dalmore that we've been looking for 2 fucking years. And it was just a great party, a great time, and it's something I wanted to share with you because we've been talking about a lot of downer shit. I wanted to get into something that's a little happy. So, folks, without further ado, let's get right into this because this was a great fucking time.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for a very special Spirits review. We are here at the Chicken Coop, folks. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. And I must say, Chicken, thank you for hosting us.
Absolutely. Yes. Thanks for coming down, guys.
Absolutely. No problem. And I'm also joined here by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe, folks. It's gonna be a tasty review.
Oh yes. So,
what are we drinking?
Should we drink Dalmore or Dalmore or Dalmore or Dalmore? Yeah. So it's Dalmore Inception here, folks. And yes, that's pretty cool. I'm sorry, that's pretty awesome. But
I knew he was going to do it right away.
Well,
just get it out of the way.
I mean, come on. You kind of have to. It's like, yes, you're getting 3 fills for the price of one. That's probably the best deal in the history of ever. But, folks, what we are here to review today is the very special Dalmore Sherry Cask Edition 12-year, one we have been searching for what? 2 years now?
Probably.
This was it was announced to release right before, the global bastard hit.
Things went
the big
badly.
C.
And there, now we've got like Dalmore and all these different screens. It's beautiful. I know, it's awesome. But this is, well, hey, I've only been searching for this bottle for a minute. Let me have my fun. So, Sherry Cask Select, aged 12 years. Now, T, while I get ready for the pour, would you share with the people at home what's on the back of this box?
I shall.
Chicken,
So,
may I?
Go ahead, sir.
A royal heritage bestowed in 1263 by the King of Scotland, the Royal 12-point stag proudly adorns each bottle of the Dalmore, encapsulating the distillery's regal legacy. The art of the Dalmore. For over 150 years, the Dalmore has set the standard in multi-cask maturation. Carefully composed spirits and hand-selected casks from the world's finest bodegas and wineries are expertly curated to create a sumptuous and layered whiskey of legendary finesse. Sherry Cask Select. This elegant 12-year-old single malt is finished in 3 different styles of aged Oloroso sherry casks, balancing nutty flavors with sweet PX influence. This is going to be pretty spectacular, I have a feeling. Yeah, pretty.
I was wondering when you said, I thought you said sweet Pete influence, but
No.
Pedro Jimenez, which I've actually got a bottle of their sherry at home. I just opened the other night. Beautiful stuff. All right, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
Oh, A plus.
Excellent.
That gets an A plus in just cork poppery.
I mean, well, it's the Dalmore. It's always had a good cork pop. It is going to be very special. Yeah, 2 years in the making. What a time to be alive, folks.
Can't wait to get my nose on this. Let's get in there.
One click.
There's so many arms moving around here.
Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh. We got us a problem here, gentlemen.
That is lovely.
This is chocolatey, lovely goodness.
This
Oh, wow.
this smells like a space side.
You shut.
You don't have to like it.
Like
You don't have to like it for it to be true. Like this is
It's
sweet.
a little too thick in
It's
its
thick,
nose
but it's
profile. Like
sweet.
it's got like the smell isn't toffee, but it's got that thick
Yeah,
toffiness to like there's something so thick.
Like I can smell a Dalmore
There's a-
influence here, but there's so much sherry going on that it
The
reminds
sherry's
me.
heavy.
It reminds me of like a Glenfiddich 15 on the nose.
This reminds me more of like take the Dalmore Dominium with just a hint of Dalmore port. And that's kind of what the nose is for me. But this is also 12, so you can definitely
Yeah.
get a bit of that oak in there.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
Shall we?
Oh, great
Yes.
legs too. Holy crap. Cheers.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Wow. That is smooth.
Have you guys ever had like 70% coca like bitter chocolate?
Yep.
It's that with just the tiniest hint of like grape on it. So it's like,
I was gonna go prune.
yeah, so we're pretty close. But
Yeah.
it's like you've had a bitter chocolate and you're having wine.
Yeah.
Like this is
no,
kind
that-
of where
that's
I'm
perfect.
Bitter chocolate spot on. I don't know if it's prune or grape, but I get the almost fruit complexity to there. I know what you're saying. I don't know if it's either of those.
That's lovely.
gorgeous.
This is again, this is what do we say?
Highland single malt.
43%. So,
Oh, okay, really?
yeah, a little over the standard 40.
Normally Dalmore,
Yeah.
if you're getting even 0.1 over 40%, you've got something pretty
No, this
special.
is, yeah, I think it helps here, especially too, because that is
Mm.
beautiful. I have a feeling that this one,
Beautiful legs, like you said.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have a feeling like this, even for a Dalmore, this is probably one that's going to open up vastly if you let it sit out for.
I'm
long
getting
period of time.
it's kind of like the chocolate is, but I'm getting the slightest bit of coca powder, like on the back of my tongue.
Yeah, like a baking, sure.
And it's almost like a dry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like that Hershey's powder
Yeah.
or something like that, but like you just threw some in your mouth.
Well,
Mhm.
let's take a look here. According to the box, the aroma: caramelized orange, ginger, and sultanas. Okay, not sure what that is. Laced with honey. See, that's why
I get the honey.
laced with honey.
That makes
That's
sense
why
now.
I was thinking Speyside.
That would make
I
sense.
told you. On the palate, dark chocolate
Yep.
and crushed almonds, which we love almonds around here,
Phil especially.
with a dusting of cinnamon. That makes perfect sense. Finishing notes: sweet mangoes, panna cotta, and lemon sponge cake.
I don't get the flavor of cinnamon, but like the feeling of
Yeah,
cinnamon.
the feeling.
Like, yeah.
It's gonna be impossible not to taste that lemon now.
And I must say, like,
I say lemon or
we're
Lemon
really,
sponge cake on the finish.
we here in the States, we're really happy to taste or to smell the sultana and to taste the panna cotta. Like, yeah, those are clearly our favorites.
now that we
Weekly
read
delicacy.
now that we read the lemon, yeah,
It's like, yes,
it's
Clearly.
Which I love, like
let me see if I
a
can.
lemon pound cake. I love it. One of my favorite desserts. So yeah,
it's totally there.
that's why the finish really appealed to me. So I'm loving that.
Now that you, that's the power of suggestion, folks, because
That's why we generally don't read the
we were
palate.
Try not
we
to,
were
yeah.
like, okay, there's a fruit here, but we can't quite put our
Right.
finger on it. He's saying plum, I was saying winish, you were saying something you couldn't put your finger on, and then once you say lemon, we're all like,
There it is.
there's kind of that
like
bit
a
there.
lemon pound cake from Starbucks.
I'm getting it a little different, but it's like kind of like the lemon that they put on your drink at a restaurant.
Yeah.
When you're just like ordering.
Almost like lemon peel.
Well,
Mhm.
how
Yeah.
the hell you do? I gotta hit pause on that for this. Fucking A, how we doing there, Tiberius? How we doing there this fine evening? In fact, I'll even go that far. Full screen. How we doing there, Tiberius? I even get the heart emojis. Nice. Caught me off guard there, Tiberius. I was just clicking away on my phone and checking stuff out. Well, you're good, buddy. Well, then you're doing better than most folks living in Ukraine at the moment. Yeah. Hell, like I said at the beginning of the show, Tiberius, hell of a week. You know, it's just the problem. Like, why go live night? There's just nothing to talk about. It's just such a slow news day. It's not like there's anything going on today, right? Right? No. And like on top of that week, I must announce, since you're here, Tiberius, got to let you know that I have recaptured the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast Championship. Yes, sir. Yes, I have recaptured the RWP title. I am the champion again. This world is going to look up from here. I won it this weekend. I was thinking, you know what? Perfect time for Putin to invade. And what do you know? Yep. Because the last time I won the title in 2020, I won it once briefly for like 2 weeks in 2021. But the last time I won it in 2020, I talked about, don't worry, folks, the world's going to look up from here. It's all going to be better. Then we fucking learned what social distancing was, and we all had to separate for 2 weeks, and nobody could. So everybody kind of joked that my title reign brought on COVID, and now my new title reign brought on World War III. Nice. So apparently, me winning the title means big things are coming down the pike. So that's the history I have with that particular piece of beautiful, like, yeah, way to go, dude. Yep, me winning an elimination chamber caused World War III. Sorry, folks. And didn't mean to, but it happened. Now, so Tiberius, I saw you were on the other night. You were interviewing one of the varying smart people that you have on your podcast. Like, you folks, go to Tiberius D on Twitch and follow him on YouTube if you want to like hear smart people talk about smart things smartly. Like, that's where you go. But you come here to K.O.E Nation so that all that can be put in a way that you love. Oh, okay. Colonel Dan's great. Yeah. He seemed very, very knowledgeable as to what was going to go down. And like, to me, I'm just like, well, unfortunately, this is the elites not wanting to lose their fucking honey hole that they've been fucking getting a lot of honey from for a very, very, very long time. Which is kind of the greater reason why I ask, is this really worth the blood and treasure? Like, and like, I hate to pull that fucking card. I hate to pull that string, but like, to me, it's like, when America goes to war, these wars don't ever fucking end. They go on for fucking decades. And I'm not really comfortable with the idea of my daughter could be going to one of these wars. So I really hope this gets resolved quickly. Thank God. I hope you're right. I really fucking hope you're right that we're not going to put a single fucking boot on the ground anywhere near there. We really need to get battle mechs going. Like, I'm sorry, we just do. And I only say that lightly with light hyperbole. Because yeah, it's like, is it just I don't see it being worth the blood and treasure. But now I'm gonna ask you, Tiberius, and your professional opine, because I asked a couple of basic questions to the audience throughout this evening. Is this worth sending our sons and daughters to go fight for? Is this something that you deem worthy of fighting for? How long do you think this is going to last? And then the last one that I put is, it's more of a statement, but like, how far, what's Putin going to do? Whatever he can. He'll keep going until he gets pushback. Where's that going to be? Poland? Lithuania? Latvia? Estonia? East Germany? East Berlin? Like, where is he going to get the actual pushback? Because what a man can do is what a man will do. So if he can do it, he will do it. So that's a unfortunate but valid question. Grain and potash is going to shoot through. Oh, grain's almost at record highs today. But sky could be the limit. But I'm not going to recommend people jump into grains. You never want to recommend to people when something's at an all-time high, because just because of that alone. I do think grain's going higher, though. Not to be construed as actual investment advice. But I think that's just my personal take on it. So long as the speculators are scared, they're going to run into commodities, into real things. And you'll notice gold's doing good, fucking grains, commodities. Bitcoin isn't. Interesting. An independent Ukraine would cost us too much. What I'm scared of is that he will find the West so weak he will invade the Baltics. Well, I mean, I'm sorry. If you're worried about weak leadership, that's what we have in spades in Washington at the moment. Like, we've got somebody that inhabits Pennsylvania Avenue, but we don't have anybody that's actually a leader at the moment, which is why, in my opinion, why Putin did this. He knew there was no leadership. He knew that he wouldn't get pushed back. And what a man can do is what a man will do. And it was something he could do now because Biden wasn't going to do jack shit. Our greatest effort is deterrence. His timing is amazing. I wouldn't say it's so much timing as he was just sitting and wait until the right moment. And he just had to wait until there was weak leadership that wouldn't give him pushback. And he found it. And Biden, you heard his speech today. He was mealy mouthed. We're going to do some more sanctions. We're going to shut down some bank accounts. We're going to look at some oligarchs. And then we're going to send them a very sternly worded letter. Like that was the extent of Biden's fucking, like, his pushback. So yeah, Putin can take as much as he wants at this point. Like, and there's what's going to stop him? Like, you have to eventually give pushback. And right now nobody's pushing back on him. So he will do whatever he can. And that's the problem that we find ourselves in, is like the thing I didn't anticipate, because I thought this wasn't going to happen. Honestly, I thought he was asking for something and they were going to give it to him at the last minute, but I didn't anticipate the psychological aspect of people from the former Soviet Union wanting to reunite the Soviet Union again. I was not as cognizantly aware of that cultural reality. Tiberius D, new government in Germany, Biden looking shit, Poland is pissed, France going rogue. Yeah, if I was a European, I'd be fucking worried at the moment. If I was about 18 years old living in Europe, I'd be expecting to. I was just telling an earlier guest that, it's the meme on TikTok. They open the letter 18-year-old in Europe, and then the first three chords of Fortunate Son start playing. And it's like, uh-oh, looks like you're going to war now. Tiberius goes, I thought it would be slower, but when I was told about their readiness, I knew it was coming. Yeah. So yeah, that was unfortunately because somebody's got to fight. Who's going to fight? If it's not us, somebody's got to fight. Somebody's got to put boots on the ground and fucking stand up to him. And the Ukrainians are getting kicked around pretty fucking hard at the moment. So I don't see them doing much other than insurgency at this point. Maybe lightly organized insurgency, but even then, Russia's got grander plans, and I don't know if a Ukrainian insurgency will work quite the same as Middle Eastern insurgency. It could, but it just depends on who wants it more. Because that was unfortunately like any insurgency that's been successful throughout history. They just had that fighting spirit, and there's just no other way to quantify it. They just fucking wanted it more. And that's one of the things that ended up. Now, this is an instance where, God, I don't know. I think the Russians might fucking want this more. That's where we are. And so I'm not sure what the right answer is there. But so Tiberius, if you got answers of who's going to be the actual boots on the ground, who's going to be the warm bodies standing in front of Russian bullets, if it ain't us, because I thought the NATO countries, Europe was always under the impression NATO. Yeah, that just means that you, America, you just fight all of our wars now, right? Yeah. That's basically what Europe understands NATO to be. So, it's yeah, America, you just send your good old boys from South Carolina and such, and they will come and fight our wars for us. Yeah, that's kind of what NATO is as far as Europe. So I'm sure they're really wondering. So when are them American Yanks going to be showing up with boots? So, well, Ukraine will be left to die, according to Tiberius. If that's the case, what's to stop Putin from marching into Poland? Honest question. That seemed like an insane question 48 hours ago, didn't it? What a fucking world we live in, folks. Oh, wow. Because how far do we go with this Soviet Union thing? And like I said earlier, Tiberius, you missed it, but if in 5 years we are talking about an East Germany again, Biden will go down as the worst president in the history of the United States. Just with no hyperbole. He'll just go down as the worst president in the history. Now, what's funny is he delayed his State of the Union until March 1st. And he thought that was going to be a good thing. Little did he know World War III was going to break out 6 days before his fucking State of the Union address. So that is going to be a beautiful disaster. That's going to be just the most amazing symphony of just fuck-uppery. I'm not going to miss that one. That State of the Union is must-see TV as far as I'm concerned. So that's the state of the world we find ourselves in, folks. Isn't this fucking great? Isn't this fucking amazing? It's kind of like, Tiberius, I'm going to ask you a question. It's a simple yes or no question. I'm just curious what your take is. And I asked this in the election season when it was Trump versus Biden. But let's say you call an Uber driver. They show up to your house. You walk out. And the driver is Joe Biden. Are you confident in his ability to get you where you need to go? Think on that one for a minute while I read this comment by Tiberius. NATO will become united or it will blow apart. No one is talking about Putin's master plan. Well, what is Putin's master plan, sir? I'm quite curious. And if you want an invite, you're more than welcome to come on the show, by the way. But I also understand it's way more fun to just type back and no, this is what I think. I do it sometimes too. It's too fun. But I am curious what you think the master plan is, because to me it seems like he's trying to emblazon his name in the history books That's just oh, okay. I will. All right, folks, hang on 1 second while I do some copy paste in here because I'm gonna send something Tiberius's way. Give me 1 moment here, all you beautiful people. There we go. There we go. All right, Tiberius, I just sent you a PM of the StreamYard link. So come on in whenever you feel the need, good sir. Now, folks, while he's doing that, I am going to continue with this video for a little while because I'm going to answer the call of the wild before Tiberius comes because, folks, Tiberius is going to be here soon. You want to be here for this. But I am going to go answer the call of the wild for a moment,
okay,
folks.
if you've ever
You
gone to
beautiful
a
people,
really
I'll
nice
be
bar
right back.
where they do the really fancy cocktails and they peel off the lemon and then they
Yeah, just to get that little
just to
drip
get
out of there.
the essence out.
Yep.
Like, yep, there you go. So they've expressed the oils. So yeah, this
Now
I put it as lemon oil.
I'm
Yeah.
reminded now why we generally don't like start our nights of drinking with a really nice scotch.
Because everything else is going to be disappointing.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
just gonna be hard
it
to go
is.
to anything
Yep.
else from here on out because this is incredible.
I know I'm exposing the business,
Well-
but we got a night of rye whiskey we got planned, and
Luckily, we've also got a few
You got
really
some-
special bottles of Irish whiskey, so we're gonna go around the world today.
Yeah,
but tonight
it's going to
is
be fun.
tonight's
Oh, gosh.
Dalmore's night, though, folks. So
This is marvelous.
be sure to let us know in the comments if you've ever had this particular flavor before. But other than that, now, guys,
So the tough part,
Yeah, this is gonna be hard.
the difficult part,
This is
the grading. Now, for those who don't know, we grade on a 5-star scale. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The K.O.E Nation
I
has
think I
advised you well. We're going to grade this on a 5-star scale as a scotch. First as a single malt scotch, then scotch, then a whiskey, then it's shelving, and then for those new to the show, the secret 5th question. So, as a single malt scotch, putting it up against any scotch of the single malt persuasion, 12-year sherry cask edition, single malt Highland. There's really nothing to hate about this.
No,
So
I can't pick apart anything here. Where do you want to start? Who
Well-
wants to start
chicken,
and not be too generous?
this is the chicken coop. So I will give you the first.
we, I mean, we're kind of homers for the Dalmore.
Yeah,
We're
that's
fanboys.
fair.
Yeah. This one, no exception to this. This is fantastic. I think it's got its differences with some of the other ones. It's like, how does it stack up against some of the, I think there's a time where I'm going to want this more than I'm going to want a 12 or a 15. Like I think there's a specific place and time. This, I just want to stake with this, which
Yeah, that
coming
makes
soon.
sense. That makes sense.
So for me, it all depends on each of them, but as it's 4.25.
4.25 is a single malt scotch. Tony.
I'm gonna agree 4.25 because this is lovely. It does have a little bit of a gimmick to it. Not that that's a bad thing in this regard. Actually, I think it helps it in this case because giving it that sherry cask select name tag, you know what you're getting, and it is
Okay, I am
absolutely
back,
fantastic.
folks, and yes, that was necessary. But folks, I have returned. I splashed my face off, so I'm ready for this one, folks. Because, folks, we have a returning guest here. We have somebody who last time he came, he enthralled you with his acumen. We now have a returning guest from the Mask Off podcast. He is, you will not be able to believe that he can be the man that you can see. The one and only Tiberius fucking D. How are we this evening, sir?
I appreciate it, man. It's good to be here. Man, you do those intros well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, all right, we got to do a quick, do we do a lot of American flag or way up close?
You know what? I think you're the better pick for that. But if you want
Okay.
Chris's opinion, I'll let her chime in just a second.
Nice.
She's-
Well, for now, we'll go with this because I'm very, very curious. You were talking, you had a great, one of the better intros to what I'll even call a hook line. It's like, oh, what's a great, like, I know what Putin's master plan is. Well, shit, fire and save me matches. I got to hear what is this master plan now. So Tiberius, I got to give you credit. There's very few times where I give another person the complete floor here in the K.O.E nation, but this is going to be one of those few occasions. But before I do that, folks, you need to definitely go check him out on YouTube, Tiberius D. Check him out on Twitch right here. And also, folks, if you get any like value from this conversation or the other any other conversation, check this guy out at patreon.com/Tiberius_D to put just a shekel back into the bucket to try and give some value back into this conversation, folks. That you can help us out at Big Buck and Empire on Facebook during our Thirsty Thursdays and Buck and Friday shows, where you donate stars. You can do that way on Friday tomorrow. But tonight, let's help out Tiberius D, if you would. But now, Tiberius, now that shameless promotion is out of the way, I am really quite enthralled. So you're telling me what is Putin's master plan? Folks, audiences, get your pens out ready. Tiberius, the floor is yours.
I appreciate it. I want to thank you for that wonderful intro before I begin, because holy crap, man, you are the master. You do it right. And if you guys do end up helping me, whether it's a sub on YouTube, a follow on Twitch, or throw me a little money on Patreon, PayPal, that kind of thing, really appreciate it. So let me sell you on that real quick. A lot of people are talking about the grand plan and what's been floating right now in Eastern Europe, particularly in Ukraine. But I think people are missing a little bit of the forest for the trees. A lot of people are talking about regime change and largely the puppet government of Ukraine being put into power. And that's probably all true, actually. I do think certain parts of the eastern part will actually be formally annexed into the Russian Federation. I do think that we are going to see a puppet government put in place in Western Ukraine. But I do not believe that is the actual major goal of this operation. What I believe that major operation is actually to make a giant human wave of Ukrainians that are going to go smacking in to our NATO friends and our NATO allies, particularly Poland. Now, the provisional estimates in this are a little out there, right? We don't know how many people can possibly be part of this, but the instances are somewhere between 1 and 5 million. Yes, it is a large range, but this is what is actually surprising me about this invasion. Kiev could have fallen yesterday if they wanted to. They have the operational ability to do that. They have not. Now we can talk about whether Kiev is actually more fortified than the Russians want to tag into, or they want to slow roll their armor into these areas where they encircle the city and they cut it off from outside resources and then give it a siege. There's many ways to take these places, but the Russians are actually slow rolling this invasion, believe it or not. If the Russians wanted to, they could advance very far, very quickly. They have the airborne and mobile assets to do this in a way where half the country could be underway by now. And the fact that they haven't dropped in an airborne division on Kiev, they have dropped in an airborne regiment by the looks of it, is that the city's not taken, which is very surprising. So what do I think that's going to be? I think they're slow rolling this invasion to scare the living dog shit out of anybody and everybody that they can so that they start packing and going west. Because I think the main operation of this is not to defeat NATO by drawing them into a fight, but by defeating NATO because they just sent 3 million Ukrainian refugees into Poland, and Poland isn't equipped to deal with that. And so the Poles have to go asking the rest of Europe, hey, we need help with this. We're not only are we scared shitless of being invaded ourselves, but we have to deal with 3 million people who we cannot house and cannot feed. And it's going to take a unified front coalition to do that. You're going to need help from the Americans, from the French, from the Germans. This is 3 million people that we're talking about here, most likely. 1 million on the low end, but it could be as high as 5. And if somebody says no, what happens then? The Poles are going to keep sending them. And they're going to send them off into Germany. They're going to send them off into France. They're going to send them off into Western Europe. And we saw back during the Syrian refugee crisis what happens to Europe when a wave of migrants, refugees, what you call them, roll through. This is, I think, the true master plan here is that he wants to defeat NATO without firing a shot. And that's by sending a human wave of refugees into Europe where they know that they can't deal with them easily and effectively. while, having to deal with the internal divisions of Europe. He's trying to break Europe.
Putin saw the great personality weakness of the West there, and he's going to, because let's be frank, like a lot of Western nations, like they do kind of pride themselves on some shape, form, or measure of mercy. And so there we have, wow, Putin's exploiting what folks in the West consider a virtue, and now they're, wow, fuck me. That is perfect. I mean, it's a way that you defeat the West without firing a shot. Gotta give Putin credit. He fucking gets conquest. He fucking understands it quite well, and
he understands geopolitics. This is a former KGB, or excuse me, this is a former KGB agent that was in Berlin when the Soviet Union fell apart, and had to figure out how to get home to protect his friends and loved ones and family in the midst of a civilizational collapse. That haunts him. That absolutely haunts him. This is why the Russians are doing this. They don't want to ever see that again, because NATO was the instrument that hemmed in and blockaded the Soviet Union, and it brought down the Soviet Union. What is Russia with NATO on its doorstep? The shadow of the empire versus the super alliance that defeated it. This is Panic Mode 101.
oh fuck. And yeah, Lester, I sent you an invite. If you want to come on, feel free. But yeah, this, I like the one thing I didn't take into account was, to me, I thought Putin was going to look at this purely from cost benefit analysis. Like that was how I figured he was looking at this. I didn't take into the account this cultural, psychological aspect of right, sweet. I didn't take that into account at all, that there would be this idea of we must reunite the Soviet Union, and this is like a deep psychological trauma for people in the upper echelons of Russia's government. I really didn't anticipate that, and that was,
I think the West has actually misidentified this. Like, people are talking about like rebuilding the Soviet Union. I don't think so. Number one, Putin's not a communist. He's a nationalist, but he doesn't actually remember. He doesn't like what the communists did to Russia. He thinks that they fucking gutted it. He's probably tried.
yeah. Well, I remember an interview I read from him a couple of years ago, and now all makes sense now, where he talked about like he didn't like the, like, just like you're saying, the communist government. Like even when the Soviet Union collapsed, he thought one of the great tragedies of the 20th century was the disillusion of that union. They didn't have to be communist anymore, but they needed to stay as one whole union. And he thought that was one of the great tragedies of the 20th century. And now, like thinking back on that, like it all suddenly makes a humongous amount of sense. It's like, okay, so, and it's just bizarre because now where does it stop? Like where, at what point could you fucking stop this? Like, does he go to Poland next? Does he go to Lithuania next? Does he go to East Berlin?
The next place that will be a not combat zone, but the next place of active interference will be the Baltic states. He is going to have to, if security interests are absolutely concerning, he's going to have to push that, because there's nothing else to push. Technically, Moldavia is the only other country in this area that is not a NATO member that he can directly touch. Everywhere else is already a NATO member. So,
and I'm sorry, Tony G suddenly hit on. Be sure to be on Big Buck and Empire Dog and Chicken Show tomorrow night, 8:30 Central. Tony G, will start the show by chugging a beer for all of you. Well, thank you, Tony. That is awesome. But yes, Big Buck and Empire, Facebook, YouTube, tomorrow night, 8:30 for the Dog and Chicken Show. You got to be there, folks. And yeah, Tony G, he's the fucking man. But so the Baltics of all fucking places, I figured we were fucking done with fucking bloodshed in the Baltics for at least another fucking 80 years, but fuck, really,
the more history comes, the more it repeats itself. It's
like bad. Yeah, like I'm just having the minute you said that, like I'm having flashbacks to the 90s. It's like, wait, what the fuck, we're doing the Baltics again? Like let me get is Libya, or not Libya, Liberia gonna start another fucking civil war here in a few minutes? Just get all the fucking 90s greatest hits going all over again? Like Jesus. like it's weird how quickly our world changed
Yeah.
in a few short hours. Like 48 hours ago, this talk would have seemed like a crazy person saying things. Like,
And that's the problem. That's actually the real problem here, is that no one adjusted to the world that came after the Soviets collapsed. The American foreign policy stayed the same way for 10 years after the collapse. It changed into the wars in the sandbox, and we forgot everything else that was going on. We let China rise up in our absence. We let Russia basically flounder under the inadequacies of its own leadership. And you had strong men come to power, such as Putin. Now you have Xi Jinping in China. Like, guys, I'm smelling like World War II vibes again. Really bad. People compared it to World War One to some degree. And the last panel I was on, I actually do think more World War II memes are here. You've got the strong men that come from the weaknesses and failures of their governments and of their institutions. And now they're running the show, and they're not playing by the same rules. Guys, we won the Cold War, but we didn't do the maintenance to make sure that the world was going to be a peaceful and productive place. And sooner or later, this was coming.
I always figured like the Trump trade war, that was going to be the big deal. You know what I mean? Like that was how we were going to fight our wars going forward, because unfortunately, like here's the real problem is, like you said, like you don't think US troops are going to touch down, because we really can't. Because if you have two nuclear powers in an open shooting war with each other, at that point it's just a short show off and fireworks show of look how pretty our planes and our jets and our guns are before the inevitable nuclear exchange. That's all that is. It's just like let's have fun with all of our toys for a few minutes before we destroy everything. Like
there is a legitimate question in that. I'm not going to say one way or another if we're going to see an open nuclear exchange like that. I think what could have happened and what should have happened is that the United States should have preempted. We are our primary power is deterrence. If we had been in Ukraine before this piped off, this would be a different story. But we didn't take the proactive action. And here's the thing. I don't blame anybody for shitting on the idea that we're going to defending Ukraine. 6,000 miles from Washington. It's no strategic or vital interest for America or the American citizens. It's a pride show. We can say we defended a nation when they protected their borders and sovereignty because we like them. That's all it is. Just furthering the American empire. And that's fine with me, actually. I think the American Empire is actually really cool.
Well, it was like earlier in our side chat, and I won't say anything that anybody else said. I'll just talk about my own comment. But I was being a smart ass and popping off at the mouth, and somebody asked, so what is America's interests in this particular side of the world? And I was popping off at the mouth, couldn't help it. And I said, Hunter Biden's paycheck. That's
I saw that. I was dying.
It was like, yeah, that's what we're like. Yeah, so the elites can continue to pilfer money and with sending their idiot fucking children and grandchildren over to Ukraine to fucking skim a little off the top. And so, like, I was like, so is that really worth sending our sons and daughters for, so that the fucking elite political class can keep themselves a little fatter and a little happier? Like, to me, it's like I just don't see that being worth it.
If you're putting it in that degree, no, it's not worth it at all. The question is what comes next. And this is the problem that I have with like what I've seen with history. If you don't keep people like this, or if you keep states like this, we're talking about Russia right now, in a box, they tend to keep moving. And like Ukraine, that's today, that's next month, that's the rest of this year. But what's that in 2 or 3 years when the gains have been solidified, the armies have moved and operated? Is that people don't know what Putin wants. Like, people are still asking. He's openly said what he wants. And like the reason why people are like he's still asking is because they find his demands to be quote unquote unreasonable. His demands are simple. NATO has to go all the way back to their 1994 borders. That's what his demands are.
That's pretty much in keeping with what I was saying earlier. It's what a man can do is what a man will do. And he's going to keep going until he meets resistance somewhere. And so my question is, where do you think, like, there's eventually going to be vehicles and some boots and somebody saying, no, you can't do that no more. You need to stop that. Where is that line? Like, is that's where the end of the fucking world might potentially be, or that's the new North Korea fucking demilitarized zone that we all have to dance around for the next 30 fucking years.
I think there's three options here. And the good one is the least likely. The first option is that literally, yeah, the first option is that the human wave goes into Europe, breaks Europe. The political divisions within Europe will break down. They can't stay united because they can't agree on anything. People have to figure out what to do with all of these extra people, not along with their security and energy concerns. And basically, everyone's so pissed at each other they can't function together. And it becomes very apparent. And either people openly say that they're leaving NATO, or that it looks so bad that the Russians can just kind of sneak up basically a couple of they can sneak up an entire corps up to the Baltic States border and just kind of roll it. And no one is agreeing with each other enough to show up. The other is that this actually unites NATO. This is the one good outcome, is that somehow the Russians have pissed off everybody to where they're going to openly say, we're not buying your energy. We're not dealing with you in the financial markets. And if we have to huddle together in the cold to tell you to go suck a dick, then that's it. That's the good outcome here. And I don't see that happening. The other one is the other one is
we won. Huddle in the cold.
Yeah, the other one is that basically we go into a Cold War II situation, and it's kind of lukewarm as far as what NATO is going to do, because we'll move troops to Poland, we'll move troops to Romania, we'll move troops to the border, but we're just united enough that we didn't break under the refugee wave. But what happens whenever there's a full core of Russian troops on the Baltic states? Are we all going to show up? Are we all going to play nice? That's actually the worst case scenario for me. It's not that it's going to be an open blow or bust, but it's going to be that middle ground where no one's quite sure, and the Russians still feel like they have to keep pushing the envelope. That is the nightmare scenario, because that's where you get U.S. and American forces literally engaged in gunfire.
So a Cold War II slowly arising. Now, weirdly enough, boy, it's gonna really cool a lot of tensions domestically. Is the very odd effect this is gonna have in the end, is that, like, when you have got an external enemy, suddenly you got people easier to unite. So that'll be interesting to see how that pans out over the next few years. But so your general bet, if you had to put a silver dollar down, is that new North Korean demilitarized zone line is going to be somewhere in the Baltic states.
I think it's going to be the Baltic border right now. Is that it's going to be the Baltic border, the Polish border, and the Romanian border with what used to be Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine. Like, if you will, you can call it the new Soviet Union, whatever you want to call it. But that's going to be the fire line. And we're literally going to have troops doing operations right on each other's borders, being like, hey, don't fuck with us. And that's going to be the next 5 years, unless the Russians either put forward another invasion on NATO countries, which is very possible, actually. I don't want to undermine this at all. Or the other option is that NATO just falls apart because it's apparently obvious that we all don't want to play on the same page. America doesn't want to go to Eastern Europe, defend it, and then find out that the only ones fighting, number one, and number two, that they're fighting the Russians in Eastern Europe so the Eastern Europeans can buy Russian energy, which makes no sense for them. So yeah, the Americans might not show up. The Europeans don't agree on jack shit, except Russia bad.
Well, I mean, yeah, at one point, like, it's like, no, we're going to war so that the Russians can't deliver cheap and efficient energy to Europe.
Eastern Europe.
What? Wait, what? Like, yeah, it kind of feels like, wait, who thought of this? Oh, now Alesto disagrees. I think we will be in or standing very, very close to helping Ukraine.
The active doctrine that they're going to do is they're going to try to turn Ukraine into Afghanistan for the Russians again. That's what they're going to do.
Jesus fucking Christ. Like, just fucking turning a piece of Europe into fucking Afghanistan. Wow. I mean, Europe. I get it.
Yeah.
But, like, here's the problem that I have with that idea that we're going to be there, Lesto, is that the way our media works, that if we have one dead kid from Indiana, so one dead 20-year-old from Indiana, the media is going to give way more shit about that than the 50,000 people he fucking gave his life trying to protect.
Yeah.
Okay, so even if they did give a shit, their own media often prevents them from acting. So that's one thing you got to remember is when the bodies start piling up, they're fucking screwed. Because again, like I've said, I'm not willing to spend the blood and treasure to stop Russia from delivering cheap and efficient energy to Eastern Europe. I'm just not willing to do that. Like I even said, like I've got a daughter that's going to be getting the military age in a couple of years, and these wars never fucking end when America gets into them. So that's one of I get more than a little trepid when I fucking hear this kind of shit. And I'm like, no, I don't like hearing any of this at all. So that's at least where I'm at with that, Alesto. But I agree with Ukraine being the new fuck.
Well, the good news is it won't be our Afghanistan. It'll be their Afghanistan.
Whoa, well, glory be. Oh, fuck. Well, no, because then that means about 30, 40 years, it'll be our Afghanistan. That's the way it always works. So,
yeah, well, you might not be wrong there.
Like, my buddy Tony was making a joke about how, like, oh, okay, I'm sure Biden's sending guns and arms to Ukrainian insurgents that will be used to shoot us in about 15 years. I was like, damn it. That's probably a little close to the fucking, a little too close there, man. Because it's the old adage of, you want to know who's America's going to be fighting in the future? Look who they're arming now.
Well, that's sometimes how it works, but that's actually a bit of a policy problem. And I'm about out of time, so let me just run out with this.
Oh, yeah.
The big thing that we too hear is that the United States is really big about coalition building with insurgent groups. Is that we'll take the fascist folks over here, the social democrats over here, the communists over here, we'll put them all in one coalition to go beat the shit out of the particular government that we don't like that day, right? So when we arm Syria, we don't just arm like the pro-democracy forces in Syria. We arm all of the Syrians. And then they all, get into it with each other. They get into it with the actual government. And sooner or later, we end up fighting some of the people that we originally armed. ISIS might have not been directly funded by the United States Department of State, but the people who came before ISIS were.
I was about to say, it's like maybe like when they formed a new club called ISIS, that wasn't like that meeting's minutes wasn't put together by the CIA, but we all know how that kind of goes. It's like anywhere you want to go, unfortunately, with any clandestine group, there's some fucking intelligence agency pulling its strings. Like it doesn't really matter. Like, so if it wasn't the CIA, it would have been fucking I don't. What do they call the KGB these days? Have they changed? Have they what's that?
Their foreign directive service is the SVR. I can't remember what their domestic service is, but
okay.
There's been talk that they're going to rebuild the KGB by putting them back together again. So far, it's not happened, but they got close.
I was about to say, it's like, so did they rebrand? Like, did they go from like, Soundgarden to Audio Slave, and they had a slight reshuffle, and now they're gonna have the Soundgarden reunion tour. So, oh god, great! This is. Yeah, but now I think, at this point, if Putin wanted to scare the shit out of the West, just rebrand him to KGB again. Doesn't really matter. It's just changing the letterhead, but it's gonna scare the shit out of us fucking Westerners, like you wouldn't believe. Alesto, no, Biden will send guns, drugs, ammo, and more. Biden will send his son as a liaison and a bunch of Biden crack pipes. Like,
God. I gotta get out of here. I can't even do this right now.
Okay. Well, hey, Tiberius, thank you for your time, good sir. You are always welcome here at the K.O.E Nation, folks. Go to Tiberius D on YouTube. Go to Tiberius D on Twitch. Hell, you're even on Twitter now, ain't you?
I've been on Twitter forever.
Oh gosh, like I need to get me a Twitter. I keep hearing, oh, Phil,
not
you'll
worth
have
the
so
shit.
much
Don't
fun.
don't get on there. It's terrible. It's brain rot. Absolute brain rot.
I've heard, and I seem to be a lot happier because I'm not. But
yeah.
Tiberius, thank you, friend of the show. You are welcome here anytime, good sir. And I tomorrow night I'm going to be on the Dog and Chicken Show over at, like Tony said earlier, Big Bucket Empire. But tomorrow night, are you doing the Mask Off podcast, sir?
We're debating it right now. We want to do it, but me and the girlfriend are working on getting everything ready for the move over here that we're going to be doing. So, like, that's actually turning into a 2-week event and just getting it all set up. So, I'm literally just going to post up tomorrow. Hey, are we going to be doing this? That's the one you're invited to, if I'm not mistaken. So
yes, sir. I always relish going on to the Mask Off podcast. Great time, but you know, I seem to be just so in high demand all the time. You know, just Fridays seem to be a good podcasting night. But yeah, I always love going on to your show. Your panels are fucking awesome, and I'm looking forward to the next one. I got an opportunity. If you're ever doing one over the weekend, let me know, like a Saturday or a Sunday. I'm fucking always.
So here's the thing: we do a show Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The problem is that, like, Mask Off, everyone was flooding onto the original Sunday show. And we'd had like 8, 9, 10 people on at one time, and it got to be too much, and sometimes there'd be an argument. And so I had to split it up. Now, the good news with splitting it up is that I've got like people that are like seasonal rotators, to where I've got 10 people on the invite list, but only about 6 are going to show up for the Friday and Saturday shows. Hell, last Friday, no one showed the fuck up, which was terrible. So it's just one of those deals. It's all right, buddy. You were hanging with your daughter. I get it.
Yeah, I had my little one. So I have a good excuse. God damn it.
Yes.
I don't know about the rest of all of you.
And then Saturday was a blowout show. We absolutely kicked ass and take names. And I'm just, it's one of those deals where I've got to set up where Friday's pretty good show, Saturday's pretty good show, Sunday's obviously the big one. And the problem is with the Sunday show is just everyone wants on the damn thing.
Everybody's got time. It's Sunday.
Everyone's got time, but also the big thing about the Sunday show is Connor. Like Connor, that's the one that Connor is on, and so many people want to like get in the weeds with him and talk to him about certain shit. And so, like, unironically, he's great. It's just one of the ways that people want to try to get to Connor is through me, and that is a blessing and a curse.
Oh God. I figured I was just, next time I ran to Connor, I was going to give him an aneurysm because I was going to like cut a promo on how Legos are better than Warhammer models. And then I
did. Yeah. I got you.
My buddy Tony's edited my face over the Emperor of Mankind from Warhammer for a bunch of them. So I'm going to like, all right, Tiberius, you need to put this on the thumbnail for me. Like,
oh my God.
So that's just going to like, he might like
I might do it myself. Don't get me wrong. I like 40K too, and I do miss my Legos, but yeah. But dude, I am actually over time now, so I've got to get out of here. Take care of yourself, and we'll catch you soon.
Peace. Tiberius D, everybody.
Hit the wrong button. Oh well, no big deal. Take care.
Yep, this ain't like Discord, man.
Yeah.
Later, man. Yes, so there it was, folks. Tiberius D. Yes, here at K.O.E Nation, I'm nothing if not overtime. Let's see. Alesto goes, just like Obama and Biden did with Biden's brother while they were in Afghanistan. Oh my Lord. Yeah, but yeah, so that was the great Tiberius D. Thanks for being here. And yes, check him out on YouTube. Of course, right after you subscribe to K.O.E Nation on YouTube. You know, it's the right thing to do, folks. That was more than a little enjoyable. Like, I always like Tiberius. He's always got a great perspective. He's always well-read, well-researched. So if you don't agree with them, you better come with either some good arguments or some good research. But yeah, he's one of those folks that's always welcome on this show. Now, Alesto, if you're still around, you want to come on, you're more than welcome. God damn it, folks, I will finish this fucking Dalmor video. This will happen, god damn it.
Fantastic. It's got an age statement.
And then there's a couple more
like
things I want to show you this evening. But yeah, this has been an amazing evening.
Sometimes they get a little creative. It doesn't work. If you're going into a rum cask or something fancy and the whiskey's not of a good quality, then it doesn't really work so well as a single malt. But as a single malt with the Sherry Cask Select gimmick to it, it doesn't hurt it at all. I think it helps it tremendously. And with the Dalmore, it's got the standard Dalmore flavoring, aroma profile, finish. So yeah, 425. I'm all about this.
I'm going to disagree with you guys. Just a little
Really,
bit.
I'm shocked. By about 0.75.
What do you know? It's going to be 475 because this is okay. My personal favorite Dalmore is the Dominion.
Yes,
but I also recognize that's just because it's so full fruit flavored.
It is.
And if I'm being honest, this is probably a higher quality of whiskey because more age statement was put into it, more effort, time. But I understand that the Dominion's just to my personal taste.
Sure.
But this one, as a single malt, I'm going to give 475 because if you are a fan or a lover of single malt in any kind of persuasion, you will be well served with this bottle. And this one, I'm just going to go ahead and say, the joke is if you're going to gift a bottle of whiskey,
we'll get into it.
Make it a single malt scotch with a double-digit age statement. There you go.
Perfect.
Like, this is perfect.
Hitting
And
it fine.
they'll actually be like, wow, this guy actually knows shit from apple butter when it comes to scotch. I like this.
Yeah.
This kid's going places. So I'm gonna have to give that 475. Now we get into the harder grades. Scotch, putting it up against all scotch. That includes blended scotch whiskeys, scotch grain whiskeys, anything within the wide world of scotch. That's including your Johnny Walkers, your Chivas Regal.
I'm going to hit pause for just a second. Oh, shit, folks. My goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I had to hit pause on that because my Lord God, Heavenly King, folks, my cup runneth over. I was first graced by Tiberius D's presence, and now I am being graced by the one, the only, the man of TV, the man who is the besto, the one and fucking only motherfucking Alesto. How are we doing there, good sir? How are we doing? Okay.
I gotta talk to family. I'll be right back.
Okay, I will.
See, this I kind of do things, and then you have to step away for a second. I'll be right back.
You know, life, it gets in the way of podcasting, don't it? Sheesh. I'll wait till Lesto gets back onto the screen there. But yes, so that, folks, was a very dramatic introduction, I must say. But yeah, Lesto, I'm glad he made it here. But he's got family there. Hey, when it happens to me, I got family. I do sometimes, like, when the choice is between family and podcasting, I'll usually prioritize family. Like, it just is what it is. I have podcasted a couple of times with my daughters with me. It's fucking hilarious. She will actually give me critique in real time, which is kind of funny. Like, Daddy, that was a bit much. Oh, dropped my phone. Oh man. I just thought that was too funny, is that sometimes she'd oh my fucking God, Osiris, how the fuck you doing, man? Welcome to the show, motherfucker. Oh my God, welcome to the K.O.E Nation. Great for you to be here, and glad that you popped in to say hi. You're always welcome, and you're always a friend of the show, and God bless. I hope you and yours are doing as fine as you can be in this journey we call life. But yeah, we had Alesto was just here briefly, and he'll be hopefully back soon. But I was just kind of waxing and waning poetic, I suppose. But goddamn, Osiris. Now, well, good. I hope all is well with you. Definitely, folks, go check out Osiris on YouTube, pretty much anywhere. Osiris Tech, fucking great fucking YouTube channel. And I see you now. Alesto is back. So, folks, with that being said, we now return to the one, the only, the man who is the newest upcoming podcaster, and he is the besto, the one and only motherfucking Alesto. Welcome to the show, good sir.
What's up? Sorry about that. I'm borderline going into a coma because I ate too much.
Hey, it happens. You know, I mean,
yeah, I just wanted to pop in and say hello, see how you're doing. How's the family?
Oh, as good as it can be. You know what I mean? Like, it's just one day at a time. It is what it is. And I heard the other day in chat you had a pretty big day. You finally passed a big test. Am I correct? in
Oh,
that?
yeah, I passed my national, not my national, state license. Now I get to go and I get approved to go to my national license,
Okay.
which I haven't signed up for yet, but it'll be in a couple months. And then
That sounds very British in a weird way. It's like, whoa. Do you got a permit for that license? Ah, shit. I didn't have a permit for my license. Damn it. That's oh Lord Almighty. But I just want to say one last time, Cyrus, God bless. Catch you on the next panel. And you, sir, Lesto, you've been making a couple of appearances on some panels lately.
well, because I'm tired of working so much, so I told my work that I'm going back to being full time, and I'll work a little bit overtime, but I'm not working as much overtime as I have been, where I'm working 12 hours minimum every single day. Not doing that anymore. And
Like in farming, we do that seasonally. We'll put in like almost 18-hour days, but that's a seasonal thing. It's like for harvest and for certain, push seasons. But if that's your constant schedule, it's like Men in Black. You'll get used to it.
well,
have a
yeah,
nervous
it's like
breakdown.
we'll have days off. Why doesn't turn off the green screen? I don't know how to do this, but like quotations,
What
days
a
off,
lovely room.
days off, and then I'll get called in.
Oh, well, yeah. Like I'm a farmer, so I don't ever any day I'm anticipating having off, I'm going to get called into the farm for some reason. Something went wrong. You know what I mean? Like there's just no. So I can at least empathize with that. But so you're in the healthcare field, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, God bless you, man. God bless you, Jesus.
Right.
Even before all this, like fuck.
Voila,
it's like
there we go.
It's like the Patch Adams speech. Like, I have to swim daily through a sea of piss, blood, and shit. Like, it's not like, yeah. I mean, I got nothing but respect for people who do that because it's
Now,
fuck.
unfortunately, because of my medical, I actually don't do patient care anymore. But that was my choice stepping away because I got really sick for like 2.5 months. I was like borderline in bedridden. Like, I was sick.
Did you catch something or just the
It was the vaccine that fucked me.
allegedly winky face? Sorry, we got to say that kind of stuff on these panels. But oh man, wow,
You're good.
But no, like I've honestly seen that in my life. I've seen that happen to folks. So I'm not gonna invalidate your lived experience by any means. I can empathize, which
well, I prepped for it. I will say this: I prepped for it. I did a full blood workout, everything before I got it, and then I got it and did the same thing. And they said that this is the only common denominator with me,
damn.
Because when I do things like that, even with the flu shot and everything, I always get blood work beforehand because I'm kind of a freak when it comes to my body. Yeah, I'm overweight and everything, and I like eating things, but that's something I can kind of control. You can't control what medicine or anything's going to do to your body. We can only kind of suspect with like a general idea, but everyone's body's different. So, moral of the story, everyone, take care of your body.
Yeah. I mean, like, and that's one of those. God, like Scott Adams had a great argument about it because, like, he had gotten vaccinated, but he wasn't gonna like wag his finger at people who didn't. He said, "We've all made a decision, and we're not sure if we made the right one or not." Like, and that's the state that the whole world is in right now. We're in a very weird place in our world right now, and like on top of everything that fucking happened today. But yeah, so goddamn, like it's unfortunate. Like those are the stories that have not been told because unfortunately in some corners you're not allowed to tell them. But yeah, that is too bad. I'm sorry to hear that.
Dude, that was long ago and I'm okay now.
Yeah, but still I extend empathy towards you because
Appreciate it.
that's always unfortunate. But yeah, so. But now, getting back to some of the panels you've been on, because you've been pulling back a little bit, you've been discussing some rather controversial topics, and I remember seeing, like, I couldn't remember what the topic was, but I remember you and Matty Cakes got into it a little bit, didn't you?
I don't remember that panel. Okay, so I can pull up my page, my folder, because I haven't deleted it yet. But we didn't talk about shit that I looked up. I have like a page of 10 different sources that I was going to send out and be like, all right, you're wrong. This is the reason. You're wrong. This is the reason. We didn't talk about any of it at all, which is kind of irritating, but okay, we'll push past that.
This is a teachable moment, Alesto. Because
please, Daddy K.O.E.
Oh, thank you. But no, this is something that I always want to bring. Like, having your stats and having your studies behind you is always important. But if that is the cornerstone of your arguments, you're going to lose, because you need to have those behind you, but they are necessary but not sufficient to persuade somebody. Because what I'm going to bring to you is two arguments. One's going to have all the stats, it's going to be completely correct, and the other one's going to have none at all. And this is ones that actually worked. And when we were at the point in this country where we were ending slavery, you could either go with the argument from effect or the argument from morality to end it. Now, the argument from effect sounds a lot like this. Well, you see, if we abolish slavery, it's going to cause the price of labor to go up so much that it's going to cause a great incentive to invent labor-saving devices. And then in 100 years, we won't even need so many people involved in agriculture, because we'll have these giant machines run by crushed up dinosaur bones and crushed up plants from thousands of millions of years ago. And so we'll only need like 3% of people in agriculture, and everybody will be able to specialize in different things. And so, that's why we need to eliminate slavery. That would sound like a complete non-answer, but that is in fact what happened. So that's actually the truth. If you fucking statistically put the truth in front of people, it won't persuade them. But what did persuade them is, no, these people cannot be owned. They are children of God just like the rest of us, and they cannot be property any more than you or me or anyone else can be. And so that was in the end. If you don't have a good, strong moral base, a good, strong moral argument in which to be the sun, and the rest of, like, your facts and your data is the solar system, but that has to be your sun. That has to be the center. Is what is that moral argument that you are standing upon? And that is how you persuade people, because that, like, it needs to be the garnish to the meal. It needs to be the mashed potatoes and the gravy, not the steak. You know what I mean? Like, that's.
See, I think that's what I need to work on is that, because I was coming with just facts, like, but I don't really have feelings on most matters, because the way I'm trained and what I do for a living, I'm not supposed to show empathy that much. I'm not supposed to do anything. I'm not saying I don't, but like, so everyone has one door they have to break open to show that empathy. But I think like the Matrix Hall, the one where you have doors throughout, I'm like the 1,000th door down on the right type deal. So you got to go through each individual door to get me to go to that point. So
I'm not saying like you necessarily have to like open yourself up full of empathy to every member of your audience, because that's hard. But what I'm saying is, like, I like your debate style, and you've got really, like, you got potential, kid. Like, I'm really liking the way you go about it. The one thing I want to see is, like, sometimes, like, get that fire in your gut. Like, that's like there was a couple of times when you let people cut you off and interrupt you. It's like, no, keep going. What one thing that I've always done is, like, I've got my, all that being said, and I've got a couple of things I usually say, and people, like my buddy Tony and Chicken, always used to, like, for about a year, they would try to, like, say things in the middle of it to try and fuck with me, to try and get me off my pace. And so now I'm really good at just not breaking my pace, even when somebody's trying to break my pace. And so a good example is Jim Ross. He was a pro wrestling commentator, and when he would talk, he wouldn't stop what he was saying to address what was happening on the screen. If he was talking and he was talking about, like, well, folks, this Sunday you need to order this pay-per-view so you can see Judgment Day, and a big move happened, he would go, folks, this Sunday you need to see, folks, this Sunday you need to order this pay-per-view. Oh my God. Like, he wouldn't break his stride, even though something huge was happening and he was reacting to it, but he didn't break the stride of the information that he was giving. Those were my only minor critiques, is get that fire in you, Rocky. You gotta get hungry for it, Rock. That's the one thing I would say is that. But other than that, like, yeah, I was watching you come with good facts that were backed up. But like I always say, like, whenever you're coming into an argument, you need to have that center of the solar system, that big bright sun of what is like, because again, you work in healthcare. Like, you could say like well, I have a hard time with empathy. You help people for a living, more or less. So like I understand what you're saying. Like, you have to turn off that, like, in the moment you can't cry with every single person, but there actually is quite a bit of empathy there, and so you could probably quite easily find moral arguments to stand on. Like, I don't need to direct you in that direction at all. You know them yourself, but like but I do understand.
Well, there's
what you're
also like, I'm used to 1v1s. I'm not used to panels, which are different. When people think like they're kind of the same, they're same in like writing aspect, like on paper, but they're different when you're in it and doing it. And that's where I gotta do them more to get a hang of it and to know when to interject. Because like, even in the description, like the talking paragraph, like page we have afterwards, I was like, I didn't want to interrupt anyone. Like, I didn't want to interrupt, but maybe I should start doing it more because.
Alesto, I'm going to give you a secret. I'm going to give you a real big secret here. And it's one I haven't really told anybody at the K.O.E Nation yet. It's one of those I've been keeping it kind of close to chest because it's amazing once you figure it out. There's two types of interrupting. Okay. One is incredibly persuasive. One is incredibly non-persuasive. And when you learned when to use which one, it's incredibly good. The non-persuasive one is when you're interrupting somebody to try and change the subject or redirect the conversation away from.
Isn't that called a pivot as well?
Yes, but that's when people usually interrupt. But the most persuasive thing you can do is interrupt someone to correct them. It stops everything dead in its tracks, and it's like, now the person you did this to might not be happy with you, but to the audience, you have persuaded them all. And the best example I did this was with Riverboat Jack, and I like Riverboat Jack. Nice person. Her and I never had any crossword sense, but in one of our first discussions, we were talking about rights. And I said, rights are the necessary conditions of one's proper existence. Nothing more, nothing less. That's just what your rights are. They're not given to you by any God, government, collective, group, anything. It's something that you as an individual are imbued with because you have the necessary conditions of your proper existence. And she said, well, that's something that only exists in the mind. That's something that you like, and that doesn't actually have. And then so I just interrupted her in mid-sentence, and I said, that's true of all concepts. And just,
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah, and there's just that moment of silence over the whole panel. And whenever you get one of those, when you've shut 9 people up, it's always beautiful. And another one I did that for was a Kyle Rittenhouse thing. Everybody was, going round and round and round. It was like doing laundry. It's like laundry's in the dryer and it's going to keep going round and round and round. We're doing the same thing. He shouldn't have been there. This is good. This is bad. This is good. This is bad. And so I eventually went, they're saying, oh, this is awful. Kyle was going there to murder. And so I said, if those people wouldn't have attacked Kyle Rittenhouse first, would he have still killed them? Long pause.
Yep.
Nobody says anything, and that's one of those like, oh, I shut. And so that's the thing. Interrupting, if done at the right, if you interrupt at the right moment, and like, because you've got the stats, you could really, because you do your homework before, you could really be fucking devastating with that. Like, just drop like a couple 3, just like I said, like when I just said, that's true of all concepts. It doesn't have to be loud. It doesn't have to be verbose. It doesn't have, let me tell you something. Like, if it's just a quick, like, yeah, that's true of all concepts. Like, it's incredibly persuasive if you interrupt somebody, but it's to correct them. Like, that's the big one. Like, and so you can't use that weapon all the time, but it is one of the higher level persuasion weapons to just keep in mind. So when you're on these panels, you kind of have to interrupt. Like, it's unfortunate, but you have to. They're designed for people to interrupt each other. And I remember the last Dylan Burns Battle Royal or Royal Rumble or whatever it was I was on. They told me I could interrupt. You're allowed to interrupt. So I did. Repeatedly. And what I knew is those Royal Rumbles, they're basically who has the highest following wins. Whoever's got the most followers wins, because it's vote for who you want to win. Well, fuck. I'm sorry, like smaller content creators just don't have that same pull. And so I decided, like, okay, when Demon Mama comes onto the show, I'm fucked. I have no chance. She could come on here and just go, and she's still going to win. So I decided, okay, I might be on for 20 minutes. At best, I'm going to be on for 30 minutes. So for those 30 minutes, I made it the Phil show. Nobody really got a word in edgewise. And so Dylan hasn't had me back on since. So there is a cost benefit to everything. But keep in mind, I didn't figure I was going to be coming back on much anywho. But that was just a calculation you got to make sometimes. Like, if you know you got a big audience, make it the Alesto show for a few minutes.
If you don't, you watched it obviously because you said with Maddie. Do you mind reminding me? Because I'm still like brain fogged. I'm still recovering from overwork and everything.
It was a couple of days ago I watched it, but I was thinking, shit, surely you remember something. But no, I get it. I get it, because I'm like, I couldn't tell you what I was talking about on a panel 2 weeks ago myself. So it's just the.
I know we talked into like holes, and then me and her were just memeing on each other back and forth, which was entertaining because I loved that. That was good.
I remember that, and like she's like, "Excuse me, don't," like she did the "don't interrupt me" thing a lot, and I was like, "Oh God, here we go." Now again, like you gotta. That's why I always say, if you're gonna do the interrupt quip, it's got to be quick. It can't be this big, long, drawn-out thing, because they, "Excuse me, do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. Why are you interrupting me?" That's why it's like. That's true of all concepts. Like, you know, if you can keep it to a good correction that's like inside of 5 words, you don't really have to say anything for the next 5 minutes. Like, you've already persuaded everybody. Because, to me, like, I think persuasion is, like, people in science hate this. Like, Katarana, she was into physics and stuff like that. Like, you know, an actual fucking rocket scientist. And she was like, fuck, really? And I told Katarana, you're going to hate this, but physics, or no, I said persuasion is more powerful than gravity. You can persuade people.
I want to say you're so wrong, but you're so right.
You can persuade enough people to build you a rocket to break any fucking gravity well.
Yeah.
Persuasion.
I mean, we're seeing it in the media currently.
Persuasion can be, if wielded properly, can be more powerful than gravity itself. So that's something to keep in mind when people say, "Oh, what's the value of persuasion?" Pretty heavy, actually.
I mean, just ask Joseph Goebbels how powerful persuasion is.
Well, just ask Putin.
Yeah, that too.
I mean, he's fucking shit at this point. He persuaded his way there. Like, to power. You think he got there just on his brawn alone? Like, no, it was his power of persuasion that put him at the point that he's at right now.
Well, we're going to talk about the bodies that magically just went away.
He might have persuaded them into those shallow graves. You know, that's a different kind of persuasion.
I can tell you they didn't Jeffrey Epstein themselves. I will simply say that.
They rarely do. They rarely do. Oh, God. It's like, oh, no. Is this guy going to Epstein? Like, I like how that became just a meme now. Like, everybody knows. Like, yeah, there was something funky there. Fucking motherfucker just dies a couple days before he's supposed to testify. We all know how that goes.
Well, I have personal doctor friends that have looked over the case, and they're like, some of this doesn't make sense.
Like all of it. like to me, all I had to know was like, okay, what the fuck? The cameras The cameras were all off like 40 minutes before this shit all goes down.
And that's
what
another
about-
thing. I have personal like experience in a I don't want to say federal because I've been saying federal, but I've actually been wrong when I'm saying it. It's state. It's not federal, state. So state prisons. I have experience in that because medical field, I have so many certifications, they float me anywhere and everywhere.
Yeah.
If a camera goes off in a state prison, it goes into lockdown until the camera gets fixed, at least where I've worked. Or they have manpower there that is sufficient enough that there's not going to be anything problems or anything. So a camera goes down and you say cell block A. Well, no one's allowed in cell block A in or out of it until it gets fixed. So it's like one of those things where it's like, that doesn't make sense.
You know, there's been a lot of things that have to do with the Jeffrey
And then-
Epstein thing that you say that about.
Another thing that doesn't make sense, someone that's that high value of a target that has guards posted outside his room. How did it happen?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Unfortunately, we can't say literally. They'll probably pull us down if we do. But like, just we'll be right back thing with the dog, like kicking through over the fucking wire. Like, oh shit. Alessa's like, I have the papers. I've got the documents. What happened to Epstein was. Like, yep, that's it. Like, they'll just cut. Now, what's funny is Epstein's pimp, like Jean-Luc, whatever the fuck his name in France, also Epstein himself.
Yep, I just read that
So,
the other day.
I'm like, okay, you can't just Epstein one of Epstein's pimp. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's. Now, what's funny is 2 years ago, I had on my death pool, I had Ghislaine Maxwell on my death pool. This is right after Epstein had killed himself. Winky face. And so I was like, all right, on my death pool was Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein Cell Guard 1, and Epstein Cell Guard 2. Those were on my death pool. Now, those two, they ended up, they walked away clean and pretty, but Ghislaine Maxwell, I thought was funny when I was like, wait a minute. What the fuck is she doing in New Hampshire? She'd gotten away to Israel. Why is she in New Hampshire? And now she's arrested. And then I read, they're taking her to the same fucking jail they had Epstein in. Oh, god damn it, girl. You ain't walking out of there. That bitch ain't fucking walking out of there at all.
Which is
Sorry.
funny. Where is she?
And if anybody in the audience like recoils at me calling Ghislaine Maxwell a bitch, well, after what she's been convicted of, I'll call her anything I fucking want at the moment. Okay. So, but yeah, that Jesus Christ.
So what? It's like child endangerment, child trafficking, espionage, and like 3 other things. She had a huge list where she was getting convicted on.
And what's funny is, I think she might be history's first person convicted of sex trafficking minors to no one. Yeah.
I never really thought about that.
Yeah, they're sealing the files and they're not going after anybody. Like, so she's convicted of trafficking them to apparently no one because they're not going deeper into the file as to who they were being trafficked to. Yeah. Yeah, things that make you go, wait a minute. So I feel like we should dig a little deeper here. Law enforcement. I feel like this might go a little deeper. Like, it's fucked up when the authorities say, yeah, we think it would just be best if this remained unsolved. Like, wait, what?
I think you need to be replaced, sir.
Yeah. Oh, no. You sound kind of compromised at the moment. Holy shit.
That doesn't make... Just... Our government gives me a headache.
Oh, no. I accidentally hurt Alesto's brain with that one. Like, god damn it, really? No, that can't be it. No, afraid so.
I'm not going to say what I was about to say because this is a family-friendly show.
It is. Now, I actually just remember this meme. I'm going to read it online. It's pretty funny. To avoid war, give Putin an NFT saying he owns Ukraine. That way, Putin can brag about having Ukraine without actually having Ukraine. Ukrainians can keep doing Ukrainian stuff without interference. Everybody wins. Parentheses. I don't know how NFTs work, by the way. Next comment. That is exactly how NFTs work. Yeah, that's pretty much the way that works there, kiddo. Oh Lord. So I got off track there just a little bit, but
When are you going to be on panels like Dylan Burns, or CTV is also doing his panel? There's a bunch of people. I think Sonsold has a panel now, and
okay, I'll reach out to Sunsol. He and I we had kind of a little frenemies relationship for a little while. It was really nice. CTV, I like the guy. He's a little too mute happy when he's the moderator of a panel. He'll just mute people for fucking nothing, and so that's something we must have words about that. Dylan will probably never have me back on ever again. I can make it on to his hippy dippy panels once in a while, but I don't think he's ever gonna have me back on. Well, because like I said on the one Royal Rumble I made at the Phil show for 30 minutes, and on that show, I was talking about election night. But apparently he thought I was talking about like January 6th and everything else. But I was just talking about on election. I was like, the president of the United States was censored on election night. That should give everybody pause. That should make and then somebody said, well, insurrection. And then I said, he didn't think he lost cleanly. That's not an insurrection. And then, it was pretty funny after that moment. Just like everybody on the panel, too, like, no, boo this man, boo this man. It's like, oh, what the fuck? Oh, no. That was a pretty funny moment. And then after that, Dylan didn't really invite me back on much after that. And so that was, and he said after that, like, Phil, your neck's broken. You're retired like Edge. No, he's back. So fuck off. And he main evented WrestleMania. So, hey. So yeah, he was apparently not happy with me on that one. So he hasn't had me back on. I don't think he's gonna.
I don't know why people since you mentioned it, and I'm gonna talk about it. But why? This is a thing I can't wrap my head around, and it's not because of my political leanings, which I only have some where I slightly lean right, but January 6th happened. If you think about it, even a logical person would think about it and think that it happened because of BLM, because of the rioting that BLM did. So which one was the true insurrection then? Because if you're going to call January 6th an insurrection, then you're going to call what BLM did an insurrection. Because one happened because of the other. And that's just using logic.
I went a slightly different route when I was in a panel with Maddie, and of course didn't get a straight answer to the question, but I brought up that in 2019, Kavanaugh protesters stormed the Senate Hard Office building. And we didn't hear that being some evil insurrection. That was just protesters breaking into a lobby. And people are trying to say, like, there was no breaking into, and my response is going to be before I got fucking muted yet again by CTV, and everybody got muted. Like 8 people got muted there. It's like, what the fuck, man? Like that was starting to piss me off a little bit. Like that was like, okay, he's getting a little too mute happy. People can't even respond to each other. But it was like, nope, you can look it up. It's on film. You can see it for yourself. They stormed the building.
They broke the door. They broke it in.
So so that was my response. Like, so are we calling them insurrectionists too, or like how far are we going with this? Because
I mean, we can go Black Panthers as well back in the 90s.
Oh god, like I always thought they were more of a 70s thing, but
was it 70s? I could be wrong. I very well could be wrong.
Yeah, let us know in the comments, but I'm pretty sure Black Panthers was like more of a 1970s thing. But
you know what? I got Google in the other screen.
Oh, he's gonna Google foo me. We'll find out it's like 1985. God damn it! Like right in the fucking middle. Nobody can claim any fucking. But like, and to me, it's like I always kind of use that issue and like see how people take to that rhetorically. Some folks really didn't like it, like, because I don't know, like I said months ago on the Dog and Chicken Show, which you can find Big Buckin' Empire tomorrow at 8:30. Big Buckin' Empire, YouTube and Facebook. Be there 8:30 Central, so you can be there, folks. It's going to be a hell of a fucking time. But I said it on this show that like what January 6th represented more to the left than anything else is a government cannot govern unless it has legitimacy. Just any government, like even North Korea in its own weird way has some form of legitimacy to the North Korean people as far as they're concerned. Like it makes no sense to us, but they have some figure of what they consider legitimate. When a government
That
has
was
no
way
legitimacy,
wrong.
What's that?
67.
Oh, okay. We were okay. Damn. All right. So Black Panther's been around for a minute. But what I was getting at is no government can really govern unless it has legitimacy. And what January 6th represented was a segment of America just will not see Biden as legitimate. Like it just doesn't matter what you do. There's apparently about 70 some odd million who just do not see Biden as legitimate. And that is a weird, precarious place to be as a country.
That's almost what, a third of the United States? I think we're at like 330 million people in the United States.
Somewhere
somewhere
that
around
sounds
there.
about right. Probably 350 before too long.
I want to see our child records during COVID because I have a feeling we're going to have another baby boom.
We'll see. We'll see.
Around.
I almost kind of noticed the opposite around here. Anyways, it's like people weren't popping out kids at the same rate they were pre-COVID. But
well, and suicide's up now too, like skyfold compared to pre-COVID. But that's because people don't know what to do. They don't have anything to do, so they're just letting their minds get to the best of them.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. That's always too bad. Like, and like I always say to folks, like, you have friends here at the K.O.E Nation, all of you beautiful people within the sound of my voice, you got a friend here. So always come on back here. I've got one friend who, like, every time he goes through a breakup, we all joke that we got to put him on suicide watch.
Oh no.
He's one of those. Like, he's like, it's too bad. And so, folks, sorry to be crass here with my language, but when you're trying to talk to your friend, you guys speak in the language. And so what I told him is, ain't no bitch worth eating a bullet. Okay?
Ain't that the truth?
Don't, like, what are you talking about? No, there ain't no woman in the world worth eating a bullet for. So knock it off. And usually that actually that helps out. That works. And so that's, and you are really fuzzy now. Okay, now
I got to turn the camera on. Or turn the light on. Give me a second.
No problem. But yeah, so that's one thing I always implore people. There can be good days no matter how glum it looks. Like hell, everybody's got a sad story. That's the unfortunate reality. You go up to anybody in any panel, you go up to anybody you meet in your day-to-day, walking down the street, and you sit there and talk with them long enough, everybody's got a sad enough story that could fucking reduce you, me, and everybody else to fucking tears. That's just the sad tragedy of life, but you got to find a way to pick yourself up through it and find a way to put a smile on that face, folks. And so that's, when you talk about the COVID suicides and just all the general suicide, like, we all know people who have, been affected by that and have done that. And so it's one of those unfortunate realities that I wish we had the perfect answer here on this podcast here, like just by the end of it, unless it's like, you know what, Phil, you're right, you solved it, there's never going to be any ever again. But unfortunately, that's an odd piece of the human condition.
It is. And for everyone that's listening now and in the future, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Go speak to someone. Either be a friend, psychiatrist, psychologist, or any of the ists that will help you. It helps. I can tell you that firsthand experience. Because I can't remember which one doesn't do meds. Is it psychologist or psychiatrist? One of them does meds, one of them is just for talking. I can't remember. I go to just the talking one.
Okay. Yeah, I think psychiatrists are the meds one. I'm pretty sure psychiatrists are the meds one. I could be wrong on that, but let me know in the comments, folks, because there's some medical major that'll be like, "You dumb mother." Yeah, like, but yeah, well, it's kind of like a buddy of mine was in college, and they were taking an astronomy class, astronomy, and they were calling it their astrology class. And I was like, oh, don't. Oh, that hurts. That's actually painful. Like, because like it was a very strange thing in my elementary school here in Nebraska. It's a fascinating thing when I talk to other people. We know where all the constellations are. We can find the North Star by finding the Big and the Little Dipper. Like we were taught like what each constellation is and what Greek god it like correlates to, and we were just all taught this in elementary school. And then we go out into the rest of the world and people like look at this, that one's a pretty one, like, yeah, that's Orion's belt there, that's a winter constellation. Like, what? Like, and it's the most fascinating thing, like, to me. It's like when I go out to the world, like, wait, you weren't taught this in third grade? Like, they look at me like I've got a fucking turd hanging out of my mouth that I can fucking find the North Star and shit like that. And so yeah, it's just kind of a weird fascinating little piece of what happened around here. But yeah, around here in this town, everybody can navigate with the stars.
So, question for you, because you said you learned that in elementary, which you were, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're in like 5th, 7th grade, 5 to 7, somewhere in that age.
Oh God, yeah, really, really young. Like it was 3rd and 4th grade when we were learning about Greek gods and the constellations.
So I have been an advocate, and not on panels yet because it hasn't really been brought up yet. But I've been an advocate for getting rid of sexual education in 5th and 6th grade, and replacing them with anatomy and physiology.
Not a bad idea. I mean, just teaching kids basic biology, physiology, and the functions of their own body, and kind of removing the sexual tone from it. Because that was what my biology teacher in high school did, because he was one of those, like, the state dictates that I have to teach safe sex, but I'm also going to teach you abstinence.
Mhm.
And so the way he presented it was like, this is a uterus, these are ovaries, this is fallopian tube, that, like, very dry biology. It works like this, girls, it happens this. Boys, you need to hear this too, in case you're in a relationship with a woman, that this is happening. This is going to happen monthly. This is a thing that, like, and girls, boys work like this, and this is how their anatomy works. And it was very dry biology and very informative. And as much as I'd say, yes, you're absolutely correct.
Well, because people say that's a college course, anatomy and physiology.
Oh, for fuck's
But
sake.
if you're learning astrology in elementary,
Yeah, I
that
mean,
kind of buffers my claim where you can teach the younger generations anatomy and physiology if you quote that is a college level course.
oh yeah, that's nonsense. That's absolute nonsense. That's, to be like, I don't know what it is, but like sex ed to younger and younger kids has become like this weird political issue. I don't know why. Like it seems fucking weird to me. But like what you're talking about, like, yes, there's nothing wrong with teaching a child biology, physiology, and the functions of their own fucking body, as far as I'm concerned. And to me, people who don't want to do that, I find them kind of suspect a little bit. Like so, because it's, yeah, a kid should know the functions of their own body, if nothing else. So to put it in strictly a sexual context, that sparks on a motivation that I dare not speculate about.
Well, my thing is that a kid can notice when something's wrong. Oh, my arm hurts, or oh, my leg hurts. They can't fathom what causes it, but they can tell you what's wrong. So if they know a little bit about your anatomy and a little bit about your biology, oh, well, my knee hurts at that point, or oh, my leg hurts underneath the knee. Like, you're kind of directing the pain more to where it's at, instead of saying, oh, well, your leg hurts, now we're going to have to sit here for like 4 hours to figure out what the hell is wrong with you. It's one of those things where I like giving people the tools to better themselves and to educate themselves, but it doesn't always work that way.
Well, here's a great example. I hate to say this, but it's too funny. And you're going to be like, oh, damn it. Because I'm assuming every boy thought this for at least a little while. And we all had that one friend who thought it for a little too long. We made fun of it. But like when I talk about teaching them about anatomy and physiology, like most boys used to think that pee came from the balls.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's one of those. Maybe we should just teach kids anatomy in that regard, so they, because I remember
You do
like
have something come from the testes, but it's
uh,
not urine.
you're not gonna need. Well, kid, that's something you need to concern yourself with a little later. But that's what I mean when I say like, yeah, kids are not taught proper physiology and basic biology because, like, yeah, on the playground, like I remember. About 8-10 kids that were convinced because like I had asked like my dad and my uncles and they said no, Phil, that's not what they do. What do they do? We'll tell you later. Damn it. Okay. So like for a couple of years I had this kind of gap in my knowledge, but I knew that's not where the pee came from. But there was this cadre of like 8 kids on the playground that were fucking convinced and couldn't be told otherwise. And so like, oh god damn it. So yeah, these are the things that kids were doing in the playground in like fucking 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade. Okay, so so yes, I think a basic anatomy class might have fucking done them some good. Yeah,
A little bit.
so yeah, to bolster your argument extra. But yeah, we all fucking understood the fucking constellations and we could fucking find the North fucking Star and could navigate based on stars. By the time we were in 3rd and 4th grade, we understand who was Zeus and how he was also Jupiter, and Ares was also Mars, and yeah, like we had all that shit fucking down. And
He was also a hoe that slept with everyone and their mother.
Yes, so you might actually be descended from Zeus.
I mean, hell, we might have a little bit of Genghis Khan in us.
Maybe
That guy was real world Zeus.
He did, yeah. Like now, damn, I should have utilized this in high school a lot more because I'm a little bit of Greek. My grandmother was half Greek, so I was gonna like, hey, girls, might be a little bit of Zeus in me, so like, might want to have some Zeus in you. Hey, like, yeah. Ah, damn it, that one. I'm still probably gonna use that one. That one's that good. So.
Well, I'm gonna have to go here in a minute, but I do have to ask, how's the farm going, and how is everything on that bit? I haven't been watching your guys' YouTube. I apologize. I've been kind of just doing my own thing.
Oh, dude, fucking yeah, your life is busy. I get it. Life on the farm. Grain prices are at a near all-time high today because of well, yeah. Now it's one of those things like. You're at that crossroads. Do you sell some because it's near its all-time high, or do you wait a day or two because it could jump higher because the world's gone to hell? So it's the eternal question. Like when's enough? So
do
when's
you
at an
play
all-time
stocks as well? Because that's kind of like what you're playing right now with crops.
high? I don't play stocks nearly because I produce the commodity and I know people who produce it, so I've kind of got like a better idea as to what's what in that world. So I like in world of stocks, I generally don't do as much.
Oh, come on, you got like pure insider trading that you can't go to jail for.
I have no idea what you're talking about, sir. But no, nothing like that.
I don't know.
It's just
Can we ask Pelosi about
when there's
Tesla?
when there's a bad crop and you can see how many semis are outside of a facility. It ain't rocket science. It ain't brain science. It's not even rocket surgery. Figuring out when you're gonna have what the prices are gonna do. And this one it's all fear driven. The speculator money's running into the commodities right now because the Dow's dropping and people are running into real things. You'll notice Bitcoin isn't doing very good right now. That's an interesting little side effect. Bitcoin's kind of in the shitter, not in the shitter, but you know what I mean. It's lost a major percentage in the last few days because the money is running to the real things. Gold is doing near all-time high, corn near all-time high, soybeans near all-time high, commodities, real shit. And so that's it's what I know. It's what my family's been making for 6 generations. So it's just it's in my blood, if you will. So, but once again, I will say this, not to be construed as actual investment advice. Just always gotta throw that one in there.
CYA yourself.
But now, Alessa, I gotta ask: are you gonna start your own YouTube or anything? Where can people
I
find
actually
you?
have one to save my name. It's Alesto TV. That is it everywhere. That is ALESTO TV at the end. Do I do any of that? No. If I get more time, then I plan on it. But mainly what my goal was when I came back to the internet was to actually do gaming, because that's what I like to do. I used to be a competitive gamer before I joined the medical field.
Okay.
And competitive as in, like, I would go to big tournaments, not little city tournaments. Like, I went to the Texas tournament a couple times. I went to
Okay.
Dallas.
Shit. Okay. All right. I've actually
Couple
heard
times.
of that one. Holy shit.
Have you heard of Cal? Because that was the one in Dallas that I went to a couple times. That was a Counter-Strike league that we would play in.
Okay. I hadn't heard of that specific, but I have heard that, like, when you're going to the fucking Dallas one, that's the one where the men are separated from the boys.
I'm still a boy, but
Well, hey, at least you made it to the party, kid. At least you made it to the party. Well, all right. Well, let's
so
go.
Go ahead.
Thank you for gracing us with your presence this evening, good sir. And I suppose I hope to see you back. You are always welcome here at the K.O.E Nation anytime, good sir. And thank you for gracing us with your presence. And remember the lessons in persuasion, young Padawan.
Yell at people endlessly and beat them with kindness. Gotcha.
Yes. Persuasion interrupting. Yes. You will do great, young Padawan. But hey, Alesto, you're
Appreciate
fucking
it.
awesome. Peace,
See you,
man.
buddy.
And we are back, folks. We are back. Now, god damn it, that was fucking awesome. Alesto, just a great salt of the earth guy. I like him. I like him all. I just like the fact when he comes on, he's reserved, but he's happy. Like it's like even when he's had like a really rough day, he's always kind of got that smile. It's like, oh, hey, how we all doing, folks? And so that's why I wanted to tell him, like, get that fire in your belly. Come on, like there's a lot you can do, and he's actually got a voice that can project too. He doesn't, but it could if he wanted it to. So that's why I'm like, come on, get that fire in your belly, like fire, like a preacher. Like the one, the only Alesto, folks. But so this has been an interesting World War III stream, hasn't it? We had Tiberius show up for a little while, which is fun as fuck. We had Alesto grace me with his presence. So I'm gonna basically play a few more minutes of this Dalmor video to see who the fuck else shows up to try and grace me with their presence this beautiful fine evening. And I see more of you are filing. Come on in. Don't worry, the water's fine. Good Lord Almighty God, it is the K.O.E Nation this evening on perhaps the eve of World War III. It's all over but the crying. But I can't get over crying over you. Yep, folks, we might be getting to that fucking Fallout 4 fucking scenario here pretty quick. Fuck! How did we get here? Weak leadership. That's what got us here, folks. But yes, folks, and if you got any questions, fucking drop it in the comments. Come on, you know this. I am an open book, you beautiful people, but we are going to finish this goddamn Dalmor Sherry fucking video tonight. I don't give a fuck. We're finishing it, goddamn it.
Goals, what have you.
T, I'll let you go first on this one.
I'm going to go. Actually, fuck it. 475.
Nice.
As a scotch. Just as a single malt, I like to, again, with the gimmick, I think it didn't hurt it there, but it helped it there. But as a scotch in general, taking any gimmicks out of the fact, blending processes doesn't matter. Just as a Scotch, 475 is definitely fair because this is super damn drinkable. It's higher ABV than standard Dalmore usually is, so
That helps it.
which helps in my grading, of course. But it's got a double-digit age statement. You can tell that there's care put into this. There's definitely some thought process here. I can't say enough good about this without saying the same things I've already said. It smells good. It tastes good. It presents so nicely. It finishes so well. Dalmore is just an exquisite Scotch, and this is another home run by the Dalmore Distillery.
Yes, I am refilling.
I was about to say, I mean, you gentlemen, we haven't even hardly gotten through this review, and you're already empty glasses, which that's something to. I was just keeping a little bit for that, and like, thanks for being here, folks. But
we got a long way to go.
I'm gonna just slightly disagree with Tony. I'm gonna go 4.5. I think that the one that put me up onto the 4.5 is exactly what you said, the higher ABV. I mean, it's a fantastic Scotch, and this should be enjoyed. Yes, way more than most Scotches. Nearly all Scotches, except for some other Dalmores. And maybe you're a superstition. I like my little peated ones here and there. So
it's still coming from the same place.
Since we're talking about different distilleries and bringing it up, let's be frank, Chicken. In the single malt grading, if this bottle happened to say the Glenfiddich Sherry Cask 12-year Speyside single malt, Tony would have given it a 4.75 to 5 star.
Or a 5. Yeah, he would have given it a 5.
Yeah, but anyhow, moving right along. As a Scotch, you gave it
4.75. I gave 4.5.
Goodness gracious. This was going to be one of my least generous. Like, I was going to give this 4.25.
Really?
As a Scotch, because it's excellent for drinking, but like, this isn't one that I'd do a Scotch on the rocks, and I definitely wouldn't introduce somebody to Scotch with this. Be like, hey, here is a great example of Scotch, because this is such an interesting and unique product that most Scotch is not going to be like this.
Well, in terms of putting it over ice or doing a Scotch cocktail, that's when I was going to get into the whiskey grading. I wouldn't touch this. I wouldn't do anything but let this breathe a little bit to try to get a different flavor, which I think it would do. Yeah, you leave this out for 5 to 10 minutes. I think this is going to change a lot, which does help it in terms of whiskey for me, because not all whiskey can do that.
Well, let's get right into it.
Can. But as a whiskey, again, if you can't put it on ice, which I'm sure you could, if you can't cocktail it, I'm sure you could, but you shouldn't do either of those things.
Right.
It does hurt it in my grading, so I'm only going to go 4 stars as a whiskey. This should be enjoyed as is. And if you don't like specific cask finishing, which some people don't, this is probably not going to be your cup of tea. So I'm going to go 4.
I don't think I'd back it up that much. Probably 4.25 for me. I think you said all the right things. However, like,
I was overly generous on the last one, so I'm going to be a little harsher in this guy.
Like, I love 12-year on an ice ball. That's just my personal preference. I think this would be fantastic on an ice ball.
It probably would.
And that's how I enjoy most of my whiskeys, is just with an ice ball. So I go 4.25. I still think it's a damn fine whiskey, but I wouldn't cocktail it.
My grading is going to be a little different from both years.
Really?
No, it's not what you think.
It's probably not far off.
Not too terribly. Because, okay, take this glass here, put another glass next to it, pour just about any whiskey on God's green earth, whether it's from Japan, America, Canada, Scotland, Ireland, anywhere. Put them up. Wonderful. Not quite as good. Amazing.
Well,
pretty good, but not quite as good. So that's why my grade as a whiskey is going to be 4.5.
I can see what you mean, but this is such a stark contrast to a high proof bourbon. So but if you sit down somebody who likes
how many more people do you think are going to
this,
enjoy this over a very high proof
that's what
bourbon?
I mean, though.
High proof bourbon's a very
if you put a
niche
bourbon snob down next to this and you put even a low end bourbon, they're still going to pick the bourbon.
Maybe.
if they know shit from apple butter about scotch, they won't. But
Depends on their preference, though. Again, that's why I was a little harsher with the whiskey.
You know, I mean, there are people that don't prefer Dalmore single malt scotch, and I refer to them as just the unfortunates in this world. Like, there's, if you don't, like,
Saddened by
I know,
that,
I know. Like,
yeah.
it's one of those, like, we should start a
We need to
GoFundMe or
save
something.
them.
Yes, but now we move on from the gradings to now probably the easiest question: shelving.
Top.
Yeah, this is a top shelf. This is a brag bottle, to be frank. Like, this one has flavors that even are comparable to Dalmore 18.
I can see that.
Like some of those deep chocolates. Like,
Yes.
So,
And,
yeah,
and,
that-
and it's just how smooth it is. Yeah,
yeah, because it's going down a little too easy.
exactly.
And this is our first drink of the day.
Yeah.
So, well, at least mine, anyways. But so we now move on to those new to the show. The secret fifth question. So, as you can see right here, it states USD $72.99.
Which is a bargain considering we've been looking for 2 years. Usually, if it takes 2 years to get to the States and become readily available, in that 2 year or even 1 year time frame, the price goes
You're at
sky
least
high.
You're at least dropping a Benjamin on it. Usually.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's what I expected this to start out at, would be 100. Then you start seeing it 150, and then as it became harder and harder to find, probably closer to 2. But luckily, this one is very, very reasonable at $72.99.
I was about to say the regular 12 years, like 50, 60 bucks.
Yeah,
it's about
generally going to
60
get about
bucks.
60.
Yeah. So, I mean,
If you
this,
can find a regular 12 at 50.
so this is
get it.
not a bad upgrade at all.
No.
So, when this bottle runs empty, Chicken, will you seek another one?
If I can find another one, I sure will. I might
Yeah.
like if I see another one, I'll probably just grab another because I have a feeling this is going to be a long podcast night drink in the near future.
Yeah, I think this is one you kind of got to grab on the spot if you see it, because we don't know how this readily available this is going to be. Now that
So-
it's made it here, maybe
So
we'll see it.
when I found this one, I happened to see it on a liquor store's Facebook page. They posted a picture of it. And they only showed 2 bottles on the Facebook picture, and I was like, oh no. Like, if that's all they got, because I was weird, and sometimes you only get 1 or 2 bottles of allocated stuff.
Yeah.
So I called him up, which I didn't tell Phil right away. When I called him up, I was like, hey, can you save me a bottle? Or like, what's the deal? Do you want me to pay over the phone? Like, what do you want me to do so I can get me a bottle of that? And he goes, yeah. I go, what's the chances of getting both of them that you have on the picture? He goes, well, I got a full case. I go, well, then can you save me 3? And he's like, yeah, sure. I was like, cool, I'll be in tomorrow. And I was like, oh, they only let me have 1. We'll see how many else is there. I wanted Phil to just be like, oh
Sweat
no,
it
I
out.
don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna get a bottle. I know I'll get to try it. Oh, yeah. And then of course when I got there, the guy's like, you're the guy that wanted all 3 bottles of the Dalmore? I'm like, yep. He goes, well, good thing, because he sold all the other ones overnight. So
Wow.
glad I called when I did, because they got wiped out.
I'm not surprised, but I'm
Yeah.
surprised, but I'm not.
Yes, excellent. Well, so as you can see, folks, this is a hot commodity. So yes, I will be seeking this when my bottle runs out. I'm assuming, Tony.
Yeah, this is one I definitely keep on hand, just because I love sherry casking and love the Dalmore. The 2 together obviously makes perfect sense. And guess what? The liquid is fantastic.
Beautiful.
Gorgeous.
Makes me all the more excited to pair this up against the Macallan sherry cask and some of the others.
Of course.
Ooh, some more things that you're
Yes.
going to have to wait to see here on this space right here at the KOE Nation, folks. But, gentlemen, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very special edition. I mean, I'm sorry, folks. I'm a little flustered here. I got to finally try the Dalmore Sherry Cask Selects 12 years. Oh, dear Lord God, heavenly King. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, and one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself. Folks, be sure to like, share, subscribe. I hope to find all of you back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. Tony, Chicken, take it away.
As always, appreciate you. Love you. Cheers, folks.
Cheers indeed. Thanks for stopping in.
See if it just smooths itself out.
Get back, tell you what I'll do. If I ever get back, I promise to refabricate you. Raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive.
I had to slide that note around a little bit. I'm sorry.
El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah.
More fun times over at the chicken coop. So there, I finally, it took me a minute, folks, but I got through it. I got through that video. God damn it. Whew. All right. So the only other things I wanted to show you tonight, folks, for those who are still with me this evening, I'm doing something different on my channel now. Because each day of the week I've got something new that drops. On Wednesdays, I've got poetry, as you may know. Thursdays are beer reviews. Fridays are, for now, rye Friday. Yeah, so rye whiskey for the 32 rye tournament. Until the 32 rye tournament is concluded, Fridays are for ryes. Saturdays are bourbon. Sundays are anything. Could be anything. It's basically not bourbon. Could be whiskey, Irish whiskey, could be cognac, could be anything, basically. But now Tuesdays, I'm starting to do something new, and I'm actually really enjoying it. It's SCP reading. So for those who don't know, SCP stands for Secure, Contain, Protect. It's a form of creepypasta. And it's open source, so it's wikied, so you can actually read it yourself, so long as you say this is the SCP and you give credit to that. And I'm really enjoying it. It's a new outlet, and it allows me to read, and I don't have to get all gussied up, and I can just read. And it's I don't know. It's new and it's interesting, but I'm gonna play 2 of them that I've had drop already. And I'm wondering what any of y'all think of it. Now, for those who don't know, again, this is a creepypasta, so this isn't real, folks. And that's the point, is you read it as if it is real, and you're trying to make it seem so. So I've got 2 SCP-001 readings, if you know what I'm talking about. So for those who know, this is SCP-001, When Day Breaks. Enjoy, folks. When Day Breaks. Item number SCP-001. Object class Apollyon. Special containment procedures. Due to its nature, SCP-001 cannot be contained. Survivors of the SCP-001 event stationed within secure facilities are to remain in contact with one another. Personnel are encouraged to attempt to reach Site-19 by any means at their disposal. Personnel with knowledge as to the whereabouts of the O5 Council are to relay this information to the administrator. Survivors attempting to travel outdoors must fully cover their bodies in protective clothing, preferably several layers. Travel by foot should be limited as much as possible. Cities and man-made structures in general provide the greatest protection. Formerly wooded areas should be circumvented. Travel by air is preferable above all other methods. Personnel exposed to SCP-001 are to be considered lost. Compromised personnel are to be abandoned. Euthanization is not to be attempted. Collective instances of SCP-001-A that are of formidable size are to be avoided at all cost. Conductive electrical weapons have proven partially effective at immobilizing instances and may be used for self-defense. Incendiary weapons work as well. Cryonic munitions are the most effective thus far. Testing has revealed that SCP-001-A is relatively safe to consume. This is only to be considered as a last resort in the absence of other options. As SCP-001-A may reconstrue within the digestive system, only small portions should be consumed at a time to prevent blockage. Personnel stationed at Site-19 are to pursue research concerning off-world colonization. Shuttles must be constructed as to not allow light to penetrate the interior.
Description: SCP-001 is the designation given to the sun after an event on date redacted, resulting in 6.8 billion casualties within the first 24 hours. This event has been categorized as an XK Apollyon class solar singularity scenario. The SCP-001 effect does not seem to result from exposure to ultraviolet rays, but rather light in the visual spectrum, 390 to 700 nm. The effect is similarly present in moonlight. Upon contact with visible light produced by the sun, living organisms liquefy at the point of contact, with the effect spreading until the entire organism is converted. Visually, this is reminiscent of melting wax. The time this takes is largely dependent on the level of exposure and size of the organism. Despite this restructuring, at no point do living organisms perish. Upon completion, these organisms, SCP-001-A, take on a gelatinous consistency. Motile organisms will attempt to orient themselves in a fashion reminiscent in their previous form to varying degrees of success. Flora typically remain physically inert, yet are still capable of photosynthesis and still produce oxygen. Organisms capable of flight lose the capacity to do so. Fauna remain sentient and display behavior that parallels their non-anomalous counterparts when not absorbed into a collective instance. Humans retain a modicum of sapience and memory. Biological anomalies exposed to SCP-001 are affected in the same manner. It seems that exposure nullifies any previously expressed anomalous characteristics. Due to their composition, instances of SCP-001-A that make contact with one another may combine and blend at the molecular level. This does not seem to cause any pain or distress to the instances, though the resulting bolt can inhibit movement. Since the SCP-001 event, most instances have congregated into such collectives, which seem to possess no maximum volume. The resulting biomass is amorphous and chaotic. The component organisms will shift between a full to semi-liquid state. Limbs and bodies will rise periodically from within the mass for a short duration before deteriorating and being submersed by another life form. Collective instances will locomote by using their appendages in tandem to carry their mass. Larger instances will form a pseudopod from their constituent life forms and drag themselves about in a manner similar to amoeba. A message from the administrator. To those with families, or God forbid, children, I'm deeply, deeply sorry. You must push on. Do not let their deaths be in vain. We do still have time. Humanity may still have a future. Come to Site 19. We need all the hands we can get. Learn to embrace the darkness, friends. Fear the light. The administrator.
I know. Freaky, but awesome. Yeah, so the SCP Foundation readings are a thing I'm really getting into, and I'm enjoying them a lot, I must say. And there's another one I did, which I really, really enjoyed. It's a poem, so I actually got a twofer. I got an extra poem for the week, and I got an SCP reading out of it, which was pretty neat. But yeah, it's just something neat, and it's something I can do for Tuesdays. I haven't figured anything out for Mondays yet. I'm tempted to do coffee reviews because I don't know anything about coffee. I don't drink coffee at all. I know, terrible adult. But yeah, I just don't drink coffee. So I think I should start doing some reviews. As a ranked novice, I can give a novice's perspective on coffee. And one of the reasons is because since I review liquor and different alcohol, coffee does actually have some minor ability to offset some of the negative health effects of alcohol consumption. So allegedly, I'm not a doctor. Jesus, don't pull me down, Jesus. But it's just something I have heard before. So take that for what it's worth. But so I'm thinking about doing coffee, but I haven't decided yet what Mondays will be. But Tuesdays, I think going forward, are SCP readings. And on that note, this is another one I did, and I'm going to make it full screen because the footage I used was thunder. And this is a really fucking well-written, really cryptic poem. And you got to give me 2 gold stars on my supervillain voice. This was 10 out of 10 supervillain. So without further ado, SCP-001, the Scarlet King.
Seven seals, 7 rings, 7 brides for the Scarlet King. They gather round the natal bed, the foolish and the wise. They fear the child yet to be born, whose voice shall rend the skies. The faithful watch the forest for the coming of the king. Their lanterns bright, they wait at night for the new world he shall bring. The dragon waits in shadows, his breath will scorch the land. The hero in the castle draws his sword and makes his stand. The princess in the tower is hidden far away, but nothing under heaven can keep the groom at bay. They gather round with leering smiles, the soulless and the dead. Though her soul unwinds, the cruelest minds will keep her in her bed. The potter told his prentice to prepare him 7 jars. 6 he made with grace and skill. The last his hands did mar. The cretin moon no more is howling, gone its morning black. In their dreams its face is prowling, come to take them back. The king is in his courting clothes, the brides are in their beds. The unborn princes wait in sleep to raise their eager heads. The hens were in the hen house, and 7 eggs did lay, till the fox crept in by dark of night, and stole the eggs away. 6 were broken by their bindings, 6 no more shall sing. Come the 7th full unwinding, and all the bells will ring. When the first had given birth, then all the birds did sing. Her screaming cries did shake the skies, as she called out for her king. By doctor's blade a second bade a life into the world. Untimely hewn neither silent moon, the king's red flag unfurled. His bride the 3rd remained unheard, her cries for help ignored. She stopped her life with a surgeon's knife and gave it to our Lord. The 4th prepares a dagger and places it at her heart. The perfect cure cannot make pure what the king has set apart. The 5th one's crown was bearing down upon the fox's set. The den was sundered with a mighty thunder, and apocalypse begets. On the 6th day, the walls gave way, and the oceans turned to ash. Her birth gave work as the earth shook underneath the king's fell lash. The 7th bride will break the tides, the moon no more will shine. There comes a day not far away, she'll birth the death of time.
Cryptic. There you go, folks. So those are some of the new SCP readings I've been doing lately, and I gotta say I have been enjoying it. I don't know if there's an SCP file you'd like me to read, be sure to let me know. I got Tony down to finally do some voice acting with me, because hell, he's perfect for a couple of roles, and so I want T to be a part of it. I'm looking for a couple of female voice actors yet, but that'll come in its due time. Like I've had some candidates, but in the end it didn't work out. So, but other than that, yeah, that's you know what, I know what I want to do. I know exactly what I want to do. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So, folks, while I get things prepared here at Mill Day K.O.E, I'm going to give you one more piece of entertainment for the evening, folks. One more incredible fucking piece of unbelievable entertainment. And it is an update of the 32 Rye tournament. Yes, we're finally getting to the matchups, and this is one of the bigger opening round matchups. Wild Turkey 101 Rye versus Wild Turkey Rare Breed Rye. this was a big one, folks. And I wanted to share this one with you. Eventually, I'm going to do a stream where I cover the entire 32 Rye tournament in one stream. That one, get yourself a snack, get ready. It's going to be one hell of a one. But this one is just this matchup for today, folks. Wild Turkey 101 Rye versus Wild Turkey Rare Breed Rye. Enjoy, all y'all. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for a very special, highly anticipated matchup in the 32 Rye tournament. I am your King of Extreme, the Prince and Potentate of the political parlance, the Lord of the Scottish Highland, and one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself, Phil K.O.E, which you can find at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok, like down there in the down there ticky part. I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partners, the one, the only,
Tony fucking G, lover of turkey.
oh, good Lord. Do you feel good about that
I
one?
do. I feel
All
really
right.
good.
And I am joined also from across the Missouri River over in Iowa, the one and only Chicken.
Yes, your revolutionary wrestling podcast, reigning, defending, undisputed champion, and a lover of poultry myself. Let's get into some wild turkey. I'm excited for this.
Now, I must say, Chicken, wait a minute. Standing at the bar of the podcast, that's my gimmick.
Well, sorry. Like, what's the phrase you always use? Flattery.
Imitation is the sincerest form of
yes.
flattery. I understand. So there you go.
I have to fresh crack these bottles, boys. I picked these up just for this show.
Oh my!
Well,
I'm curious how impressive his rare breed cork pop will be.
oh yeah, the rare breed bottle is.
Rare breed bottles suck.
It's the worst cork pop in bourbon and rye.
Here's a 101's cork pop.
Nice,
Pretty
pretty good.
So you put the 101 in the Copita nosing glass?
I did. It's the taller glass.
Because you knew I was going to put that in the Copita nosing glass.
No, this one's taller and this bottle's taller. So come on. OCD, all right.
Are you guys ready?
I'm ready.
Wild turkey, rare breed.
That might have been the most
I was about to
impressive.
say that's the best one I have.
It's only
ever
because it was
smoked.
close to the mic.
Yeah,
it's
like
worst cork ever.
Like, I'm sure the Russell's family at Wild Turkey's like, whoa. There's a little bit too much tightness and tension to that cork there. Can we loosen that up in the factory? Here
Don't let the cork fool you, folks. Rare breed is some of the best stuff.
Oh, the stuff that's in it is great. I just am not a fan of the bottle.
And I guess for those at home that don't know, we're doing rye tournament stuff.
Yes.
Well, yes, this is in the 32 Rye tournament, folks. This is the matchup of Wild Turkey that
I
we've
am
been
stoked.
looking forward to, like I mentioned at the top of the show. But this, it bears. It's the show so nice. I got to intro it twice, folks. Wild Turkey, Rare Breed versus Wild Turkey 101 in the 32 Rye tournament. This is one of the big matchups. This is going to be basically determining the Wild Turkey Rye of Extreme. And it will go up against the winner of the Russells of Extreme.
Yes.
And we will find out what is the best rye product from the Wild Turkey Distillery. Yes. But, folks,
it's going to be amazing.
First, we got to find out on the Wild Turkey side of things which one will reign supreme and which one will move on to the Sweet 16. So,
where shall we begin?
Let's start with Wild Turkey 101.
All right.
Let's do it.
Take it up.
I love the nose on this.
It's a fantastic nose.
Buttery grass.
It is.
Yes.
It is a buttery.
But like there's grass on the nose.
Yeah, it's got that very grassy, leafy, outdoorsy rye nose. But yeah, there's a buttery goodness there. I love this stuff.
Well, cling through the
Ooh. Oh, I love this stuff.
Starts off sweet, turns into baking spice real quick.
Yes, and which I love because the counter product of this.
Arm and Hammer.
Yeah.
The counter product of this, of course, Wild Turkey 101 bourbon.
One of the finer bourbons.
One of my personal favorites.
I do love how the
Yes.
sweet comes back after the baking spice.
Yeah, after the finish subsides, there's like a secondary finish and a sweetness.
Yeah, that's kind of nice.
Love this stuff. Absolutely love it. As you can tell, I've thoroughly enjoyed this bottle.
Now, Tony, you realize if this one wins, might have to get another one.
Golly, what a shame that would be.
Now, we move on to the next contender, the one that I think is the real danger in this entire tournament.
Yeah, this one's got a real shot at being something special. Obviously, the 101 is 101 proof. This is 112.2 proof. But boy, howdy, is this one, what it packs in power, it also packs in flavor.
Almost get a chocolate on the nose.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
it's very sweet. I had to stay in a little longer than normal to get
Oh my
any.
God.
And it wasn't mint. It was almost like it reminded me of a Christmas tree.
This
Like a pine
reminds
tree.
me,
Yeah,
honestly,
fine.
like brownies.
Boy,
almost like
Brownies.
those Girl Scout cookies, like that.
Oh, Thin Mint.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
I love the nose.
Slanjiva.
Oh my god.
That is,
Gingerbread cookie.
yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh yeah.
There's a molasses there. And there's the rye. Oh,
candy
man.
cane mint.
I get more like a snickerdoodle cookie, but yeah, you're right on that.
That finish. That is an intense rye finish. Like, that is a
It's
strong
an intense whiskey
rye.
finish.
It is, but
Yeah.
it's not offensive at all. It's intense. That, now going back to the nose, now you really get that mint in that chocolate. Now it definitely smells
completely
like
changed.
Whew. Because before I was mostly smelling chocolate. Now I'm smelling mint.
Interesting.
That is that's a damn fine whiskey right there.
Now, Tony, you realize if Rare Breed wins, you might also have to get another bottle of Rare Breed.
Shucks.
I know.
I'll be honest, these are probably like when I get down, I like to get to the point where I have like 10 solid bottles of like rye, bourbon, Irish, and Scotch that I just are my 10 that I have. These are probably two of those spots, frankly.
So I jumped back over to the 101. Holy spice.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like I said, Arm and Hammer baking spice.
Yeah, when you compare the 101, even the bourbon, to anything else, if you go back and forth, it gets a lot more intense, which is strange because, again, this has 10 more proof to the 101. So this one tastes more intense, strong. This one,
honestly, this kind of starts off like the hot tamales candy. Starts
Okay.
off sweet for a second. And then I finally found it's when somebody adds a little bit too much baking soda to something they're actually baking. Because, yeah, this is baking soda to me. This is delightful desserts with mints and Christmas and all that is good and everything that is right in this world and everything that rye whiskeys should be. So my question to you two gentlemen is, out of these two, which would you pick to move on in the 32 rye tournament, and why is it Wild Turkey Rare Breed?
Tony?
I'll let you go.
Yeah, it's definitely Rare Breed. I did what Tony always does. I did the mix. Don't mix these.
Oh,
Rare Breed's way better.
hang on. We'll get there. We'll get there. You
All right, Tony, you
Shut
gotta try
your-
Shut your no, Rare Breed 100% hands down. I like I think when we graded these, I think I gave it a 4 or 4.25 versus this. It's solid. It's good. I give it like 3.5, 3.75 just off the top of my head.
That's fair.
It's really good. I'm not upset that I bought both of these, and yeah, there's a reason I bought both of them for this. Because,
there you go.
Yeah, I know I'm gonna like them.
You realize win, lose, or draw, you're going to end up enjoying both bottles.
Yeah, you got two really nice bottles of rye whiskey, and there's not a bad choice here, in my opinion. But yes, the rare breed is the clear winner. It's the winner. It's if you can find it now. Granted, this has become a lot more readily available in our area. Finally, thankfully, because this is so damn good. But if you wanted a $28 bottle of rye, anything under $30, this is really damn good. You can, if you like Bullet, I think this is very comparable to that. If you want something a little more intense proof wise, and you want something a little more complex, spend a little bit more money, get your rare breed. But yes, rare breed rye is the winner.
I would personally say get a bottle of this before get a bottle of Wild Turkey 101 rye, but that's just me.
Depends what you want.
Wild Turkey 101 bourbon, but that's just me.
I would get a bottle of both, but that's also just me.
So
you're not breaking the bank with either of them, so
no, and just because you might have misused some of these products in college, don't let that.
True.
Yeah. Don't let that
stigmatize.
Yeah, change your judgment on what can be some great products here.
Phil, you're picking the 101, right?
I am picking rare breed.
Okay, so a clean sweep for the rare breed. Now, Chicken, you shut your whore mouth. Go back. Chicken, now, I'm sorry, but
I'll do another one with you.
I've got a 50-50 blend here. I do suggest doing maybe, half and half probably good. We're going to go with that. Now,
I don't want
eyeballing
to rare breed though, so I'm just going to sip on my rare breed while you guys
I'll let it settle this time. Last time I agitated it and stirred it.
Okay.
Maybe that was my problem.
Now, I do want to note before I try this, I did find a nice recipe the other day on Facebook. A gentleman introduced me to something called Wild Turkey Forgiven, which is 4 parts 101 and then 1 part spring water and another part 101 rye. And blew me away. Absolutely fantastic. Apparently they made this product at one time. Amazing blend. I was intrigued enough to try the same recipe with the rare breed rye. And gosh, what else would you do? Oh, yeah. Just rare breed bourbon.
Oh!
That blend, folks. 4 parts here, 1 part here. You can even go a little heavier here. You can skip the water, and it is blend of the century. My God. So that has settled a moment.
What I think is funny is with the Forgiven, you know what happened. Some employee at the Wild Turkey Distillery accidentally.
Yes.
And then the boss like, why is that going in there? Oh my God.
That's actually exactly what happened. That's the story it was given.
Yeah, I mean, you and I both worked at Mills.
I think that was the reason behind the name, Forgiven. You're forgiven for this blend.
Anyway, back to this mix.
Yes.
I think it ruins the nose.
I don't know. I really like the nose, actually. I mean, it's a little lighter.
I think it's bland.
I think it dilutes it a little bit. You're right, but I don't hate it. The palate, though. I did about 50-50, so
I just repoured 50-50.
The 101 shines through, but then
it does.
The finish, I get a lot more here. So it starts with the 101 and it finishes with the rare. I
would just start and finish with the rare breed, but that's just me.
Yeah, so Phil's right. Like, I get if you want that little like spicy finish, and then the aftertaste, the sweetness from the 101 doesn't come through. It doesn't hit you like it does when it's just there singular. It kind of dumbs down the rare breed, my opinion. Like
this wouldn't, like, if this were a bottled product, I would not turn my nose away from it. I think that if this were a bottled product and you didn't even know it was a blend of the two, I think this would be really, really appealing. But knowing that this is the base, yeah, I can see why this would not be the most appealing blend. I kind of agree. I'll give it a C plus.
Oh, C+ for a turkey blend.
But I do highly recommend trying this.
I just recommend drinking both of those whenever you feel.
Yeah, or alone, that's fine.
Yeah, so folks, Wild Turkey Rare Breed Rye now moves on to the next round, to the Sweet 16 of the 32 Rye Tournament. Yes, Tony, you can now drink your Rye 101 at your leisure because it's no longer needed for the tournament. This, however, moves on to the next round. Wild Turkey Rare Breed Rye. And this, folks, this is going to be the one to beat.
Oh, yeah. This is a heavy hitter. This is a hotly anticipated matchup for pretty much everything moving forward that this comes across. This is going to be the heavy favorite.
Can it surpass the Russells?
I will say,
those, like Russell 6 is one of my favorite ryes.
I really like
Russell
this.
Single is one of your favorites.
It's good. It's strong, but
going up against this.
I'll even admit the Russell 6 is going to be hard.
So yeah, Chicken, you're unfortunately going to have to be the tiebreaker for the Russells here.
And we are going to give you some samples to join in.
We are both
shucksy darn
partisans on either side of the Russells issue here. He's a proof snob. I'm an age statement snob. So, of course, that's how it kind of breaks down.
I'll be happy to be a tiebreaker.
All right. Excellent. Excellent. But on this particular one, as I'm known to say around here, folks, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the K.O.E. Nation for this new matchup that has now been concluded in the 32 Rye Tournament, folks. Rare Breed Rye moves on to the Sweet 16. I am your Game Extreme Phil K.O.E. You can find me right there down at the Tiki there part, K.O.E. Nation YouTube, K.O.E. Nation Twitch, K.O.E. Nation TikTok, folks. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I hope to find you back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. Tony, Chicken, take it away.
Find me at Big Buckin'. Yeah, all social media. Yeah, Big Buckin'.
Linktree/Big Buckin'.
Thanks for being here, folks. God bless.
See if it just smooths itself out.
Oh, Lord. Hey there, Patty P.
Tell you what I'll
Hello, Patty P. Ciao. Putin.
if I ever get back.
Deep State. Oh, Patty P.
I promise to
I know another Pat-
eradicate you.
I know another Patty to get along with, Patty P.
Rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive.
But yes, I don't speak Italian, but
Eldorado. Oh Lord.
it sounds like something
let's see how
about
that one
Putin
went.
stopping the control of the deep state. Well, you know, that is another aspect of this. Like I've said, like as an American, it's not really my, like what do we care? It's just not worth the blood and treasure. So that's the main problem is it's not worth the blood and treasure to us. And Putin's going to do whatever it is he can until somebody gives him the slightest bit of pushback. What a man can do is what a man will do. Little Fettuccine is saying, go to sleep. Little Fettuccine, how could you say such a thing? How could you be so hurtful? And how we doing there, Little Fettuccine 69? God bless, man. God bless. But yeah, Patty P, Little Fettuccine. I mean, it's a party of some of my greatest fans. How are we all doing this evening? But yeah, Little Fettuccine. I don't know if you know this, sir, but I have recaptured the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion. Yes, Acknowledge your tribal chief. Yes, I have become a 10-time champion as of Elimination Chamber. And, the joke is when I won it in 2020, then, COVID destroyed the world. And now I win it at Elimination Chamber, and then World War III breaks out. So, yeah, that's a joke. It's like, wow, Phil, apparently when you win the belt, like apparently planets align and all kinds of crazy shit happens. So, yeah, that's that has been what I've been dealing with lately. But now, as your new champion, Little Fettuccine, God bless you, sir. Patty P, God bless. It's always great to see you. There's something that I've decided. This is what this particular week I will be ending this stream on. It's a short one, but you know what? It's a good poem for this week. Take a shot. I will not be doing that. I actually quit drinking about an hour ago, just to, sober up. But Little Fettuccine, God bless you. But no, I'm not taking a shot, especially not of gin. Jesus. But I am going to leave you with this week's poem of the week. It's called Sins of the Father by Larry Holland, because I've been streaming for about 4 hours, folks. And it's really fun. But you know what, folks? As I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us this evening for this very special World War III edition stream. It's all over but the crying, and I can't get over crying over you. Yes, folks, hopefully that is not the song we are singing tomorrow, but it very well could be. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, one damn handsome man, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, the conqueror of the ethereal, and the man that will lead us to a brighter tomorrow, and the 10-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion. You can find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, KOE Nation on Twitch, KOE Nation on TikTok. Be sure to find me at Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. And tomorrow night, 8:30 Central, be sure to tune into the Dog and Chicken Show so you can see Phil KOE, Tony G, Chicken take over the internet again. Big Bucket Empire on YouTube, Big Bucket Empire on Facebook. Join us tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I hope every last one of you makes it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless every last one of you, and I cannot wait to see you back here at the KOE Nation. How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. It's a windy day in here in Nebraska, but it's a lovely one. So we're going to get a short one from Poetry of Nebraska, from Nebraska English Journal. This one is by Larry Holland. Sins of the Father. Odd, I think, in an age that has allowed generations to grow into the ideas that hunting his own food is man's cardinal sin, that beef comes flat on a styrofoam platter, and that chickens are hatched, cut up fryers in plastic bags. Very, very short poem, but very interesting thought, folks, from Nebraska poet Larry Holland. So, folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in the comments. I would love to. I love the imagery of good poetry, but, folks, God bless. Travel well. I hope to find all of you back here at the next poem of the week. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. Later, y'all.
smooths
ever
itself out.
get back, tell you what I'll do. If I ever get back, I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost, we gotta take it down. Let you down slow, it's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah,